Hello everyone, and welcome back to Stories to D4. I'm Matthew, and I'm really excited to be your Dungeon Master this evening. Before we get started with our session, we have just a few brief announcements. Really, I only have one major one tonight, y'all, so I'll keep it brief. As you'll be seeing below in just a moment, we have a brief goal here for 25 subs here on Stories to D4. Now, we've been honest about this before, about what we use our subscriptions for. We're interested in expanding both the miniatures we use here for the various fights and adventures, so maybe some set dressing, such as the Warlock tiles we talked about last time on Footnotes, and we use it to upgrade equipment, such as the mics and cameras, and otherwise bring more content out to you all back at home. And so, once we've hit that goal, we'll actually be using that. We're going to be making a new one-shot in the near future called Tales from the Battlesphere. These one-shots are going to be about a mythical arcane construct that flies through the plains and is filled with both the wealthy and the gladiators who are under the employ of the owners of the Battlesphere. I really hope that we're able to do so soon, as I think each and every one of our players here are incredibly excited to bring a high-level, self-contained story to you. Before we start, Alex, go ahead and bring everybody in here for a moment. I want to just, before we recap last time, how's everyone doing? Let's take a second. We're actually here. Connor, how you been?
Great.
Feeling old yet?
Tomorrow I'll feel old.
Yes, and so I'm decided to call out Connor while he's here rather than waiting until Sunday to wish a happy early birthday to our dear Connor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I made it.
Almost. Now, if you don't want to share how old you'll be, you don't have to, of course.
I'll be 30.
The big 3-0. We're getting our, now I vaguely remember Friends. I think we all have to be super dramatic about turning 30 when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Black balloons.
You're gonna lock yourself in your room for the week. And
No,
Your mascara's gonna be running on the next session.
No, I'm just gonna go on a bender. It'll be fine.
All right, this has been Health Tips with Connor. But seriously, happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
I'm glad we could have you tonight. And how about everybody else? How's your week been?
Good. We had a good week.
It's been a minute since
Bring our friends back.
you all got together to fight this here wolf. And we'll talk more about this in the recap.
Did you say fight? I thought we adopted the wolf.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. I'll go ahead and pass this around for those of you who wanted to take a look at it. I had someone ask me about it earlier. Amanda, did you do anything fun last week?
No, work started for me, so no.
Oh, you're back at work. I can absolutely feel that. But Victoria and I, we've spent the week playing a bunch of Star Wars Legion.
Yeah, I am loving it. The Separatist army will continue to crush the Republic.
Star
As
Wars,
they should.
Star Wars Legion, for those of you who may not know, is a tabletop war game. So unlike D&D, where you role play as a single character and you talk in various voices, it is a game where you control small miniatures and you have a battle. And obviously, as the name implies, it's from the Star Wars series. And so, hey, if you're watching us here on Twitch Live, or if you're watching us later on our YouTube, let us know in the chat or in the comments, excuse me, if you'd ever like to, if you'd like to see some of that here on the channel. Well, we primarily play Dungeons and Dragons and other tabletop games. We've also talked about playing some board games and maybe even some other forms of tabletop, if people show interest. So let us know. We'd really appreciate hearing one way or the other.
If you want to make comics about us, we'd be more than happy to do that.
I'd love it. On our Discord, you'd be able to find, we've had a couple people make some cute pieces of fan art. All about Silas.
Look,
Actually true.
It's literally
It's all Silas art.
He's the best
Silas is gorgeous.
got good ears.
Also, everyone has quick access to millions of reference photos to what your face looks like. Elephant.
Oh, thank God. I thought you meant this one. I was like, please don't.
So you
would be
haven't
great.
checked the
Look,
story's Twitter account.
I'm just waiting for like the alternate universe where we're all in high school or something. That's
not
what I'm
doing
waiting
that.
for.
We're not doing that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, did anyone have any more announcements before I just talk about our last recap so we can get started tonight?
Oh, I was just going to say it's about 72 hours worth of reference to Jake's face, if anybody wanted to know the math.
How did you do that so quick in your head?
I didn't. I used a calculator.
Math. And remember, you have to learn to do mental math because you'll never have a calculator with you. You won't have a calculator everywhere you go.
All right. Sorry.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and recap last week so we can jump right into tonight's session, Stories to D4. The party had traveled on a quest for their guild, the Defiant Smiles. They had moved westward towards the Bulwark, this ancient forest that surrounded the city of Eltz. There, they were tasked to hunt down a potential threat to the city and perhaps even further out in the kingdom. Allegedly, there had been a massive wolf creature, and it had been hunting down and dragging people away, getting travelers who'd moved across the road, hunters who went to obtain leather and meat, and otherwise has been terrorizing the area for a while. The party actually went into the woods, seeking to either slay or perhaps even capture whatever this creature was. There you encountered a couple of oddities. The creatures of the Bulwark appeared to have gone mad, foaming at the mouth, attacking passersby, not kidnapping, but certainly trying to slay those nearby. In your adventures here, you all had encountered a creature known as a Nilbog, a goblin who had succumbed to some form of insanity. In the case of this Nilbog, you eventually faced off against it, having to fight against its strange regenerative and protective abilities, and eventually defeating it and rescuing some of its captives. An elephant under the ownership of the Eltzian guard, as well as a frog who belonged to a strange fey creature known as Foland the Paladin. Foland, a bullywug, was very relieved that you all helped save his froggy friend, and eventually departed, returning to the Feywild, the mystical realm of the fairies lying just underneath the visage of the material plane. After defeating the Nilbog, he reverted to his natural state as a goblin, revealing his identity to be Francis, a lonely, grumpy old goblin who was happily, somewhat, living in the forest of the Bulwark. He brought you to his home, a small tent buried beneath the canopy of the Bulwark, where you all learned a little bit more about Francis, about how he had been kicked out of the city and was all by himself here, save for the wood elves of Tayrilla, the hidden village of the Bulwark. Eventually, you learned that Captain Krennic, one of the captains of the Eltzian Guard, had been injured as he approached Francis's tent. Now, Captain Krennic had been harmed by a number of creatures, and some of his men had been attacked by wolves, with one of his close friends, Jack, actually having his throat torn. And Captain Krennic was furious, incredibly upset about what had happened, and wanted the head of that wolf. Choosing patience over violence, the party actually met with the wood elves of Tayrilla, visiting their hidden enclave in the canopy above. Eventually, Captain Krennic was taken up there in order to be healed, but not before they covered his eyes to prevent him of learning anything of Tayrilla and the people within. The elder of Tayrilla, Lanithir, actually chose to take the Defiant Smiles into the inner circle briefly to tell about the guardian, Scobrin, the great wolf of the forest. It appeared that Scobrin was no ordinary wolf, and its appearance was odd to the wood elves. Learning a little bit more of its history and that it was apparently the protector, the party sought it out to find out why it had seemingly been attacking passersby. When they encountered these strange castle-like ruins in the center of the forest. There you faced off not only against a strange trio of blue, fiendish creatures, but the recently ensorcelled Scobrin. These creatures, these blue demon-like monsters, had possession of a small glowing green gem, which seemingly could render creatures insane with the activation of that item. You eventually defeated the creatures, including their leader, who held the gem, which released Scobrin from its grasp. And none too soon, as several of you were quite injured by Scobrin's incredible powers. Finally, gasping for air, some of you quite injured at this point, we begin our session still within these ruins, the threat seemingly defeated, and Scobrin gazing upon you, intelligence behind its eyes, but no words passing between its wolfy lips.
Who needs healing?
That's how you start.
That is excellent. Who needs healing?
Look,
And I-
without a beat.
All right.
I need healing.
I think you need healing.
Wait, tell me,
You
I'm
get
doing
14 points of healing.
What is y'all's HP right now? I'm just curious.
20.
5. Now it's
Less HP
19.
than you.
I'm good now. I was less good earlier, but I'm good
yeah.
now.
Silas, do you want healing?
No, I'm fine.
The elephant can
You need
use
healing?
Yes,
full.
you still do have Nim
And I have
the
10,
elephant with you.
temp HP.
Next time we should offer up the sorcerer.
Now, I believe Armor of Akathis has a shorter time limit. Is it long?
1 hour.
Yeah,
Oh, it's 1 hour.
Yeah.
You're absolutely fine. You're within a minute or so of that.
I am good. You can heal Nim if you want to. She's been a sweetheart. I want to go poke at these little blue bodies.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You good?
Heading on over now, there's a couple sort of ways you can look at them. I don't, Jake, I'll get to you in just a second. Gazing upon these creatures, 2 of their corpses are almost entirely intact, and I do mean corpses, as these creatures seemingly life left them nearly as soon as they were taken down. One of them, the third, the leader, is missing a huge portion of its torso, as Scobrin, after you freed it, made the finishing blow. One of my players actually rolled that last time. Amanda, great work. And as such, so they're all currently dead. You can see there's blue blood leaking out of these creatures still.
Have I come across anything like this in my studies?
Okay, in your studies, so you're not so much examining the bodies as like kind of looking at them and thinking back.
Right.
So
I
that's
figure-
going to be, I will tell you this, that is going to be an Arcana or a Religion check.
I shall make an Arcana check.
Now, technically, with these sort of things, you can make history checks, but it's going to be different answers with all of these. I'd allow 2 players to make this roll if they'd like to.
Can I make a history?
You can roll that, but then I'm going to go over here to Jake. Jake, you had a question.
So, these creatures
Yes.
spoke to Ismini in Abyssal. I don't necessarily know Abyssal. I have seen Ismini talk to another creature in Abyssal, wow. After they died, they disappeared. Can I make a religion check to see why their bodies didn't disappear?
That is absolutely appropriate. Go ahead and make that check for me. That's a very different question, so I'll allow it. Amanda, you're next. I'm going to ask the results of their rolls and what they chose to roll. I do want to know still.
I got a natural 1.
Go ahead and
On a
start.
history roll.
A natural 1 on a history roll? What is a natural 1 on a history roll? Because there's no natty 1s or natural skill, critical failures on skill checks for us.
I think I try really hard, and I can think of so many blue creatures. None of them look anything like this.
What's the total on that?
So that would be actually an 8.
It's an 8. Okay. So thinking about it for a moment, blue demons, nothing terribly comes to mind. These are actually, and maybe demons, you kind of think over, well, there are several different forms of blue-colored devils. Those would be more lawfully aligned. So what I can give you is, there are multiple types of fiends, which these are almost assuredly. And that's roughly it. You can't tell if these are demons, Yugoloths, if they're fiend, or if they're devils. Unsure. Victoria, how did Ismini roll?
13 Arcana.
13 Arcana.
Off to a good start, kids.
I know.
The fact that they're still here doesn't make much sense because they aren't from here. They're clearly fiends. I will tell you this. You are certain these are fiendish creatures. The damage resistances you've seen are relatively consistent with that. The blue blood is odd, but you've heard of different colors of blood. But them actually physically remaining, not sure.
I wish I could banish one of them and just wait a minute.
That's very clever. Maybe when you're higher level, that's an option. And Jake?
I had a 5 on my religion check.
Jake?
Oh no.
What I say is this: you go. Maybe that's just some demons, some fiends do it, some don't.
Yeah, no, fair.
You think they're made by Gargamel?
Is that a mouthwash?
That was a
Smurf
Smurf reference.
Because they're blue.
He's the bad guy.
How did I not even catch that?
I didn't know he had a name.
Yeah.
I'm never.
It's also a very good name, I will say.
It is a really
If
good
you
name.
were a GM and you came up with Gargamel, Tyrant of the West, would absolutely be a
That's
fantastic
just
name.
like it's so much more almost sinister sounding, and you drop the Smurfs on me. Like what?
It's a pretty dark show, actually.
Yeah.
It is.
Do I not remember the Smurfs as well as y'all?
You do not.
You were just a
so
kid when you
I've
watched
seen the
it.
movie.
Connor,
with
Connor and I remember when it was first airing.
Hey, look, I'll turn.
You see
30
the gray in
this.
this hair?
So just as a quick reminder, so as you're kind of examining these bodies a little bit,
Yeah.
looking around where you are, you look to be, it's pretty clearly the remnants of some sort of, maybe like a castle or such. If you want to take some time to look around for a while, you can. But it extends probably 600, maybe 700 feet in roughly a diamond shape. Very few pieces of it are remaining. The walls are clearly you can walk through. There are 3 or 4 towers that remain. They're very wide. Everything here is quite wide, but it's very, very much not a defensible position where you're at.
I know we need to deal with the wolf, but I have like 85 other questions that I want to ask about where we are.
Before then,
Wait, I think.
the wolf, our new friend,
Scobrun.
Yeah.
he kind of dragged some people
Right.
away. Do we? Where are they?
Do
We
wolves
should
have
find
nests?
them. No, I don't know.
They have dens.
Dens. L.
Wow.
Wow, they've got dens.
That was an L question.
To interpretation, really.
I mean, we don't have wolves in Jubilee.
You probably.
That
do.
was a Teen Wolf reference.
Scobrun, can I cast healing magic on you? Can I see?
He bites her.
I was gonna
I'm gonna ask you to make me an animal handling check.
Really bad at those. But sure, why not?
Has anyone rolled above like a 7?
A 3?
Oops.
So as you begin pulling out some of these poultices,
No, I was gonna cast healing word.
okay, so as you,
We just met our sub-cult. Do you want to
What's going on?
Well, okay, we're gonna move on just a second. The battle sphere is now going to happen, everybody.
Surprise!
There's gonna be no more waiting. We'll announce a date. Let's say by this weekend. We'll announce the date on Footnotes. How does that sound?
That sounds
Yeah.
This week on
Great
Footnotes
idea.
with Amanda, I believe.
Amanda.
So this Sunday, we'll go ahead and announce the date for the Battlesphere one shot, and maybe even the players who are in it.
I guess now if you're a sub, put cheers in chat. Celebrate with us.
Wait, put L's in the chat.
Oh.
No. Do not jinx us.
Girl bosses in the
Oh, you
chat.
can't see it.
You can't see it? Wait.
See it. There you go.
Girl bosses in the chat
All right.
for all you
Your
subs.
shirt. Perfect.
Oh,
Sorry.
so yeah, one of my players, I still don't know who, put this here behind my.
Don't point.
You got to get a chain for that and just put it on your neck.
It was Jake's idea.
Do you have any bicycles?
No.
Oh, well. I already knew that.
You can't punish us if you don't reward us.
Hey, do better and you'll get rewarded.
All right, well, thank you very much. All right, everyone.
Sorry.
So you're here in the courtyard. It is relatively dark out here. You're at the point where you pretty much you're in. I believe we had dancing lights earlier.
My
We're going to-
stick is.
That was it.
Your stick
Yeah.
is active. That's X. Gross. Yes, so there is light emanating from Silas. Yes, Gwynwyn?
Thorn, can you come maybe try to communicating mentally with
Yeah,
the wolf? Because
you-
clearly me trying to talk is not
Yeah,
working well.
Scobrin, this again, 15-ish foot tall creature takes a few steps back as you. There are familiar signs of casting spells. It's not unintelligent, where it's not quite bestial. Rather, it's not fully bestial. And the reason I asked for animal handling rather than something like persuasion is it does not seem that this creature is the same sort of intelligence as you humanoids.
I'll give it a shot and I'll walk over to what?
Scobrin?
Scobrin. I'll walk over to Scobrin. I'm gonna mage hand the gem, catch it, put it in my pocket, and then go over to Scobrin.
I was wondering who it was.
Yeah, and your mage hand is invisible, correct? So you watch as some of you would see because it does glow. This gem telekinetically puts the gem into his fine coat.
So many questions.
Oh, there's so many girl bosses in chat, guys. What have I done?
So many girl
questions.
boss questions.
And yeah, I'll create the mind link with Scobrin, and I'm going to reach out to him in Elvish.
What do you say to Scobrin?
I know what they call you. They call you Scobrin. What should I call you?
Now, I don't. Does your feature say anything about unintelligent creatures?
That to share a language.
Okay, this is one where I get to say technically this is okay, which is very exciting. I like yes and. So Scobrin understands Elvish,
Okay.
which is a sentiment I'll just say that you immediately, there's recognition. But what you get back is not language, but emotions and shapes and some sort of visions.
I'm not getting anything.
But what you receive when you ask about what is your name is more of a vision of a place. You see Scobrin resting in this massive thicket of tall grass, probably 6 or so feet tall, the grass itself. So he's nestled and very much can see in this this very brightly lit field, lit by the moon itself. The one odd thing you notice is as the moonlight casts down upon him, the sky is not that deep blue you're used to during night, but a soft orangey pink. It's certainly nighttime, but the sky looks wrong where Scobrin rests. So when you ask its name, it remembers what appears to be home.
Okay.
Doesn't seem offended. And you don't get any sense that Scobrin is a negative thing to call this.
Thorn, do you think you could ask Scobrin where this?
What are you speaking in?
I'll speak. I think it's reasonable that I also assume that Scobrin. Jeez. I'm gonna blame you, Connor.
Wow.
I can't remember.
Scabby burns. No.
The
Why
wolf.
don't you just call him the wolf and
Sub-Zero,
act like you know what you're
actually.
doing?
I can't back. Anyway, speaks
He's more of
Elvish.
a
I think it's like
raven,
a
actually.
pretty good guess. So I'm going to speak in Elvish to you. Do you think Scobrin?
Turns to face you.
Good guess. Do you know? Do you know where some people may be that maybe you've encountered recently?
I say it exactly like that in his head.
Unbeknownst which way communicate, there is a visible calm that falls over Scobrin, who just turns off. It looks further northward, but as it sits back, kind of all 4 paws on the ground, just kind of sitting and waiting for you all. It seems it's not in a rush, but you get the general sense it's calm and understands what you're asking.
I think we should, in common, I think we should follow
Before,
Go ahead.
before I've got some things I need Gwyn for. So whenever we leave, before we leave.
We should investigate the cart.
Yeah, that's what I was
Because
gonna say.
one of
They
them
were
was
running
running
back
back to the cart when we were about to kill him.
I think they were looking for the gem that, Thorn.
No, it
You-
was
where
obviously in front
the
of them.
gem was inside of a small crater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
cart was
We should go
something
look at
there.
the cart. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check out that crater in a minute, but I want to ask Scobrin: is there anything we need to do to help you out right now? Do we need to take you somewhere?
Prosciutto.
You watch this creature sit back for a moment, and unable to speak, it simply lies down. This massive wolf is just lying patiently for you. It does not seem like the injuries it sustained last session as you fought it were not. It was harmed in that fight enough to be in the fight with the hunters to be weakened enough to be susceptible to whatever mind control of mind affecting ability that gem had, but it is not bloodied, so it's not in any sort of peril.
I'm gonna turn to everyone and be like, does anyone have a bone?
I think we maybe
They
can,
like bones, right?
I think we could maybe feed. I mean, there's dead bodies
No.
that can
No.
bones.
No,
I
we-
guess.
no.
Theoretically.
No.
I'm just answering the question.
Anyone
my
have
God.
rations that we could give him?
I don't think he would want red.
I think I put
Like
some
dried
random
beef? Like beef
bar
jerky?
nut, like the bar peanuts,
No,
like in
like-
the.
You watch this ancient guardian of the forest with deep ingrained runic burns all down its legs. Watch you all think about feeding it snacks.
I mean, I have a javelin I could throw back and forth if he can fetch.
Can we not insult the guardian
No.
of the forest?
It's not.
As we
prosciutto.
try to hand him rations.
Gwynwood would like to walk away from the craziness and start casting detect magic near the cart and the body.
I need Gwynwyn.
That's a good idea.
Oh,
Because I want to see if there's magic keeping them trapped in this plane.
You begin casting. Are you using this as a ritual?
Ritual.
Okay.
I'm out of spell.
What's everyone doing?
Did you
Go
investigate
check out
the
the
cart?
crater.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Make an
I
can do
investigation
magic.
check for me.
have a
So
question.
good.
I have a question for the DM.
Actually, there's a bright glowing thing you're looking for. Are you looking to see if there's any more stones in
I
here?
want to see if there's shards or anything. Because this seems a lot smaller than what I found previously, right?
It does seem like I would say it's slightly smaller.
Slightly
fragment.
smaller, okay.
It is. If now I put your some of your props in the drawer underneath. It is the main one that you first had was about the size of that gem. So
Okay.
it's about yay big for those of you at home.
Like Altoid size.
Yeah. This one is a little bit smaller, probably about half that size.
Okay, Tic Tac. Got it.
What?
Yes, roughly a tic tac.
For a second.
And these are uncut emeralds. They're not quite as beautiful
Help me
as
loot the bodies.
Natty 2.
That's a natural 2, so 0.
Yeah!
Have we had
That's
a zero
We've
in
had
this
zeros.
campaign?
I've also rolled
I've
a
rolled
zero.
a 0.
In this campaign?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have a
Great.
-1 to wisdom.
You can't.
I cannot.
Oh, that's why
cannot
you're so
what?
bad at animal.
Can I bully Silas into helping me? Like, I know you don't like it, and I don't like it either, but we should probably check if they have like things that will tell us what they are in their
Actually, I
pockets.
believe last session you talked about it. As you
Okay.
go ahead and take a look at things real quick, it does not appear that they were carrying much of interest. Their weapons themselves are sturdily made, but do not appear to be magical, as I'm about to confirm with Amanda. And it does not appear that they're carrying any large sums of treasures. In fact, looking around, it doesn't look like they've gathered things from the ruins that you're in any way. It looks like they were here for something specific.
I'm more interested to see if there's any like interesting designs to any weapons they have. Something maybe
They were
otherworldly
created.
or not in my
Designs
experience.
is an interesting way to put it.
I'm trying to take something back to my my.
So the
like,
spears that
blacksmithing.
there was clearly a leader of the three of them. These spears themselves are relatively simple. This very hardwood spear. The tip itself, though, appears to be cast bronze, which is you would find a little bit odd. Similarly, the mace of the leader is pretty heavy. It's not as heavy as something like adamantine. It's not magical metal, but appears to be actually a heavy piece of cast bronze. You would have to imagine that to form a piece of bronze like this, that's not typical metallurgy that you all are used to. In fact, bronze weapons aren't a thing you all would use.
Can I take it?
Can you carry it?
Yeah,
have a
so
decent
they're
strength.
all. Now it'd be carrying. It wouldn't be just you could drop it on your back. Do you want? There's 3 weapons here. I would say that would pretty much you could hold them over your shoulder as you're doing that.
Do
You also have a Silas if you want to
Do you
split
have
things
a,
up.
Can you take this? I just want to study it later.
There's
No,
also
no,
a hand cart. That's the wagon from
Yeah.
before. If
Silas
someone
can
wants to
carry that.
pull this,
Cool.
Speaking of study, I feel like Winnie would like some of this blood. I know you mentioned
I'll pull
you've
out my
been
vials.
win-win.
Bloodsmithing.
Around this point, I'm going to go ahead and say, as they're kind of looking around, as you're looking through this crater, as the party is examining these bodies, and it's not rags, but they're very simple clothes. It doesn't appear there was very intense work gone into anything here. Looking through this hand cart, which looks to have a collection of random assorted shiny rocks. There's small bits of what looks to be bricks that have been pulled out of various stonework and shattered, looking around for something. You do find that there are a collection of these empty glass bottles, but there is a filled glass bottle in here that does detect as magical.
Drink it.
This is a wax-capped flask. If you'd like to begin casting Identify, I can let you know what this is.
I'll cast Identify later.
Cool.
Do you want me and Elle to roll for how much blood we collect? I know that's a weird question.
So,
Taking the bodies with us anyway.
Yeah, we are gonna.
That's true.
yes, you have one of these. One of the bodies is the most intact. If you want to literally bring the body of this creature,
I think we take all 3 bodies, put them in the cart.
it's gonna be. You probably won't be able to add anything to it at that point. You're talking about taking each of these creatures is probably about 250 pounds.
Are there just rocks in the cart? Because we could dump some of them out.
Sure, but taking 750 pounds in a hand cart isn't really going to work here.
I don't think I can lift that much, actually.
Right. Well, so a cart doubles your carry capacity.
Take the
Nice.
least damaged one.
Right.
Yeah.
And you also know where this place is. It would take you some time to get back here.
Yeah, but they start to stink.
I have 2 to 3 questions really quickly. Number 1, I'm not a dwarf. Gwynwyn's a dwarf. Would I know about dwarves and their knowledge about certain things? Like stone?
You understand that dwarves dig and build fortresses
Okay.
with no stone?
Number 2,
They
would I
also
know what
can
the
eat
kings
salt.
with no names are?
What was that?
Would I know what the kings with no names are? Blue, green,
Yes.
white? Cool. I would like to ask for Gwynwyn's help in maybe seeing if we can place a time period that this castle was constructed in.
Sure. This is a history check, and this would use your stone cunning, so it would be advantage on a history check, if you'd like to.
Anyway, but I just like...
Sure. No, it's
Are
okay.
you good at history? You good at history?
Yeah, I'm good at history.
Awesome.
You're asking for advice from a friend. That's not so much helping them as asking what they think.
17.
One of those was a nat 1. Right
One of those
now.
was
One
a
of
nat
the-
one.
but that doesn't count for the count because
does count for the
wasn't
count.
actually a natural one.
The count? Are we counting it for the count cost?
No.
No.
Okay.
Has to be 1 on the die.
Okay, so not just a nat 1 roll,
Well,
but
so
not...
rolling with advantage, the die you don't use doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Is what
Oh,
I'm
so
saying.
you did
It
roll
was a
that
nat
one.
1 on the
I rolled
die.
a nat 1 in
It
itself.
Got it.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
tallying it.
Rolled
We're
it.
tallying
Hey,
it.
It doesn't
What's
count
great,
towards what
I'm
you
not in
actually
charge
are
of this.
doing.
I
This
get
is
to-
player only.
It's number of face-up natural 1.
Exactly.
There we go, because we need to know who's got the worst luck.
Just like I had a face-up natural 0.
Actually,
not natural.
wait.
I don't know what I meant.
I
but
truly
you were
want to
not
see
allowed to
like
play on luck.
a like.
So, Amanda,
Mm-hmm.
as Gwynwyn takes a moment looking around, this is going to be. Do you mind if this task takes? It's going to take a while to actually walk around here.
No, not at all.
So it was a 17.
Yeah.
So I have good news and bad news. I want to give you a yes and a no.
Okay.
So unfortunately, you're not recognizing who this place was built by, what nation or organization. But I can tell you what it isn't. This is not an elven settlement. It's massive stonework. You do see on one of the walls there is a huge arch, probably about 25, 30 feet, that is still mostly intact, which does show some serious talent in building. So whoever did this was talented. But with a 17, that is 1 success. What I can tell you is there's something very odd about this diamond-shaped keep. A keep is more accurate than calling it a castle, as there wouldn't have been, looking at this, you would see remnants if there was a surrounding village. This looks like it was a fortress built here. So a keep, an outer castle, and a main structure in the center. What's odd is that things look like someone built everything backwards. If you take a look at the keep, the gate that has the archway, long since eroded, these massive gears, they're built on the outside. So if you were to try, if it still had a gate that functioned moving up and down without, if you took time to repair that, you would do it by being on the outside of the keep, not the inside.
It's like,
So keep something
Does it
in, I
look
keep
like a
something out.
Yeah.
It looks like the outer wall is not so much a border to this, but previously supported some sort of stone ceiling to the structure. It appears that there was a massive, almost dome built with a stone structure in the center at some point. Some of my players were very confident before we started today's session.
yeah, now I'm not.
What?
But it doesn't look elven and it does not look dwarven. Those are the two big things I'll tell you.
Okay.
It's not and I will actually just generically, this is relatively unfamiliar. Everything is quite large. Like I said, that archway is 25, 30 feet tall. Peering into one of the shattered towers, the tower itself, which stands probably about 70 feet tall, only has one actual floor separating two sections. So you've got 35-foot tall ceilings in there.
Almost like
Definitely
they're
not more
giant
than-
size.
Yeah, it could be giants, or it could be someone who's building something for some sort of structural integrity. Everything is built here much larger. The walls are incredibly thick.
Scobrin is ancient.
I'll
You might remember.
You could ask him.
Scobrin, do you remember what this used to be? Sorry, I should talk a little louder.
Scobrin looks around, kind of using your mind link from before. You see briefly Scobrin walking through the woods, smaller, probably only about 8 feet tall. This wolf, the size of like a dire wolf. So that size of something that exists on the material, generally speaking.
Okay.
Walking through the ruins of this structure.
Oh, through the... Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's
it's
old.
pretty old.
It appears that this is older than Scobrin.
Scobrun, I don't know if I don't have very much healing on hand, but do you want us to remove the arrows?
Let's not continue to remove things.
No,
from
you
people.
do not remove
Why
things.
did you look at
from
me?
What did you
people.
do?
What did you do?
What are you referring to? What
I
happened
just-
when I was in Tabrilla?
There was
Captain
a sick
Critic.
one.
Scobrin?
Who?
What
Captain of the military.
Scobrin, are you ready to head out?
Scobrin is still lying down. At this point, Scobrin has taken up a small perch on what looks to have been a destroyed piece of wall and is just watching you all. The general idea, because you are linked to its literal mind, Scobrin's not in a rush and is not hurting. Scobrun is observing people who helped it. You could get general positives. Let's just say the vibes are good.
Aussie vibes?
Good
Posy
vibes.
vibes.
What time is it?
Oh yeah, that's a good reference.
I also so it's getting to darkness. If you don't have the light on, those of you without dark vision are blind. Those of you with dark vision are in grayscale and having disadvantage on perception checks.
Do we want to make a campsite here?
I think we need to
Let's go.
move from where they last saw Scobrin.
I think we need to,
There.
complete this contract.
Before we leave Scobrin, do one of you two mind asking if he smells any more of them around here?
I think we're gonna go with Scorp.
I don't think he would be so relaxed if he knew there were more close by.
Yeah.
Very true.
Thank you, Scobrin.
Thank you, Scobrun.
Bark.
I speak elf.
I mean, that is true.
One thing you've noticed, Scobrin doesn't seem to respond when you're speaking common.
Yeah.
Like looks over. There's not. This is
Recognition.
Reminds me of some cousins
if you were
of
to
mine.
rate Scobrin's intelligence on like a 1 to 30 scale, probably somewhere around a 4.
Same.
We'll try speaking Dwarven just to see if he understands Dwarven at all.
Oh.
No.
There's not really recognition. Does not seem that he's
Fair.
terribly familiar with
Okay.
those languages.
Let's go with
Fair.
Scorp.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Elvish, you would know, is very tied to Sylvan, a Fey language.
Ah, do that popping sound that one dragon made that one time.
You've offended a lot of water
Are
elementals.
we're taking the cart with us? With the
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, if you wanted to put one of them in the cart
Yeah, well-
and Silas carry another,
Yeah.
then 2 people could take the cart,
Is-
or one person could.
Strap them to Silas.
Can we maybe cover these strange things up?
Burn them.
Absolutely.
Burn the ones we're
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have like.
There's some disc like this wagon itself had a small tarp for whatever in the wagon, and you probably it's gonna be tough with the other one. Let me think.
I had one thing.
You go back to
before we-
Francis.
Before we head out. One thing before we head out.
Sure.
I'm gonna mind link with you, Ismini,
Okay.
and I'm gonna say, when we have time, when we get back, I need a word.
Fantastic.
And I'm gonna mind link with you, Win-Win. Mm-hmm. Say, when we get back, when you have time, I need a word.
Okay.
He just sent you the same message. He's one of those guys.
Wow,
who
he
texts
just
girls
sends
at work.
everyone
Copy
the
paste.
same.
Yeah,
He's
copy
going down
paste.
the women in his.
And I'm gonna mind link. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
You don't
should go
get
for
mind
Silas
linked
before.
too.
Question with the DM: when I cast detect magic, did the bodies ping at all?
No. So I will say this isn't necessarily odd to you because I want to clarify something. Magical creatures that aren't so unless they're under a magical effect are not magic and are not spells. They're not currently actively enchanted. So a dragon would not detect as magic.
No, I was just wondering if there was magic keeping them on the material plane.
They are not detecting as magic.
Okay.
It just. Do I ping every time?
You do ping, and I do apologize.
I just realized that.
This is something I should mention.
I'm not a
Very
correction.
easy.
I just
I
went
don't-
like.
You know what? You brought it up, and I'm going to say this is the first time that you've actually caught this. And is it okay if I explain?
No. Yeah. Go ahead.
Illilie pings as magical. Lower abdomen, like just below belly button, there is a magical effect that rings to you as transmutation is the primary. However, it looks like there's several schools of magic that are involved here, and that is often the case with things that aren't just a wizard casts a spell. There are multiple. Most magic items have 3 or 4 schools of magic that go into creating them, but transmutation is the most obvious one here.
Gwynwen will give Alice kind of a strange look at that and be like,
We should use that.
Did I
feature
do
now.
something?
He's got
"We'll talk
something.
later. It's fine."
Wait, why is everyone talking later?
I will tell you. I think
All
No, we
wolves
should
are
be-
huskies. We know this.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Scobrin, let's
I'm
go find
picturing
those
prosciutto,
people.
the giant.
I'm
In
picturing
Elvish.
Ellie.
What?
Picturing Ellie.
Come on,
Smells the
Scobrin.
evil
Prosciutto.
Let's go, Scobrin.
All right.
Okay, wait. Do we have a giant ball around here? Can we throw grenades to
They're
giant
called
ball?
hurting balls, and they.
Roll for initiative. She's lightning at all of you again. No. All
I
right.
put you in the strength check. Remember that.
Oh, we could put the bodies inside of the elephant.
Do we want? Did anyone actually go and? Is anyone actually looking around this? Are you? Are we looking at the ruin, or are we getting the heck out of here?
I think we
Heck
should
outta
get
here.
out of here because those hunters will come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll come back here later.
I mean, I don't mind if the hunters come back just so we can follow up on the yellow arrows, but another time.
I'm low in spell slots. Let's
Yeah,
not.
circus monkeys, let's go.
Okay. Where are we headed, everyone? There's a couple options, of course, for you.
I think we're
Following the wolf.
yeah.
Okay. You're prompting Scobrin.
Scobrin, lead the
You were asking about the prisoners, the people, or the
In his
The miss the
nest
kidnapped
as
people.
Guests, not prisoners.
guests.
Food, not prisoners.
When you give the idea for Scobrin to move, to go, Scobrin stands and turns and takes a step off the side of the tower. You watch Scobrin soars through the air and lands probably about 50 or so feet in the ground and just looks back at all of you. Follow. Off in the distance, though, you swear for a moment you just hear a low, the rolling of thunder. And Scobrin begins marching into the forest. It's quick. Its walking pace is relatively fast. You all begin marching through, heading a bit northward before you arc over to the side, heading a little bit eastward, closer and closer to Eltz. And as you do, you start noticing something that Lilier would find a little bit familiar. Is some of these trees higher up have these patches of brilliant purple moss. More and more, until eventually the moss, not just high up in the trees, 100 plus feet, has descended all the way down to eventually you find a tree where it descends all the way down. This ancient oaken beast, the behemoth of a tree, probably somewhere around 35 feet in diameter. You look at it, and there's no bark to be seen here at the base. Instead, just this thick, it almost has a shiny quality, kind of like algae, if you will. But of course, so up here, looking at this this black purple moss all up the tree, you watch as Scobrin turns to each of you, turns back and walks into the tree. As Scobrin's snout touches the tree, there's a rippling effect across the moss. It moves slightly as if there was a wind that would disturb whatever organic material is here, but it's never pierced, it's never broken. Scobrin keeps marching on until the last vestiges of his tail disappear into this portal-like surface.
I'm so excited.
I don't think
I'm
we should
rushing
do
in.
Oh, I know.
This sounds like a.
I immediately
Your
like.
platform managed recording.
I saw the light purple moss. I'm like, yes.
No, when he said purple
Let's
moss,
go.
I was like, is Meanie's gonna put it in our mouth? That's my immediate.
I don't eat all of the moss.
No, you just
You
put it.
hold it in your mouth.
Yep.
Yeah, you
His
don't
meanie
eat
does. You
You
chew.
spit it out. I ate it, and the rest of you were smart.
Yeah.
Don't drink out of the water bottle she keeps in her truck. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It's
is Meanie dips?
Dip?
Moss?
Ew, no! I just caught the joke.
All right. So
It's scary.
is anyone not comfortable heading in? Which is absolutely fine. So Elle runs in. Gwynwyn runs in.
I have
Everyone-
to run in because Al went in.
Is Meanie's running in. Silas, are you not comfortable?
I'm putting my nose in first and then walking in. Little like dip your toe in.
Got my hands in my pockets. I'm just kind of roll the new gem in my hand a little bit, and I'm gonna walk in.
You should eat it while no one's looking.
All right. As the four of you pass in, and Silas just pokes his big gray head in, there's a strangeness. As where once you had the nice, soft sounds of a soft, dewy underbrush, some of your feet find purchase not on grass but on stone. You step through, and you find yourself in a strange place, somewhere that's a space between. As you do, walking across the stone surface, you see Scobrin ahead of you, continuing to march, claws scraping against the ground, bright, glowing blue-white pools of liquid in this cavernous sort of floor, if I may. So there's sort of a brown-green stone, blue-white pools. But as you're as you look outwards, the floor is pretty consistent. Are you keeping your light on as you're in here?
Yes.
So you're seeing very well all of the stonework as you lift and look around here. But what's strange is not the ground with the glowing water in these pools. But as you look out towards the walls, you see not the woods of the Bulwark. You see not the forest of Teyrilla. Instead, there is a wall. There is a stony wall that is somewhat transparent. Like you're able to see halfway through this stone. And beyond it, thousands of stars. Dots
right.
of brilliant light, surrounded by something that you would not see on a normal evening. These massive gaseous forms, drifting really in the distance. Pink, orange, red, green. What you players would know to be massive nebula. Just
Is it very similar
moving these gaseous clouds. Huh?
to the trees?
Yes. You find yourself at a space, and I'm going to go ahead and actually mention to Ismini Callister specifically.
Okay.
Oh.
Ismini, you find yourself at a space between the material plane and one of its echoes. Which echo? You pretty educated guess.
Guessing the Feywild.
So you find yourself in one of the spaces, one of the connecting points between your homeland, the world we know, Gren, and the Feywild. You watch as Scobrin kind of pauses as you all are kind of taking in what's going on here.
Is there... So we're looking at, like you said, nebulas and probably galaxies?
Yeah, massive amounts of stars.
Okay. Because Thorn's looking for moon, and I'm assuming not finding it.
You look around. Give me a perception check. And I actually want to ask, this perception check is itself important.
Perception... 19.
Yeah, man.
You gaze around for a brief moment.
18, sorry, I did my math wrong.
And it's odd. At first you don't register where the moon is itself, but you kind of thinking as you were walking in, where was the moon before? Where should I be looking? And as you kind of gaze up, you don't see the moon solitary above as you would outside. Instead, you see what look to be these two massive celestial bodies. One, the smooth yet pocked surface of the moon itself. Your goddess, the Lady of the Moon. But next to it, fiery and bright. A solitary star, probably taking up a good eighth of the sky above you. It's massive, but until you gazed up, until you actually looked through the ceiling, it was solid, like the floor below you. Similarly, focusing below with that high perception check, as you focus on the stonework below, you are able to perceive past it. This pocket of space surrounds you. And above, two divine bodies, two massive sources of light for your people.
I'm gonna take out my my crescent moon, the obsidian sigil, and just kind of try to gather some of that light on it.
You expose this sigil to light. Give just a brief moment.
Because this isn't the blue light that we're used to, right, from the moon?
Oh, God. Connor, you asked such good questions. Give me a second.
Oh my god.
Gazing behind you, a fine blue mist. So actually stopping, turning 180 degrees, where you came from, there is, much closer than some of the others, a field of shimmering blue. But it's now, I guess pearlescent would be the closest way to say it. As you gaze over it, well, it's primarily blue. It looks like there's glittering red, yellow, all of these beautiful minor colors, spots of them more dense than others of differing colors, but there appears to be where you're walking, where you're going, that blue mist will be behind you.
We've talked a lot about like the religion of the moon with the sun. Like,
Sure.
elves. What would Silas know, kind of just with history and religion being raised in
The
this
sun.
area? The history of the sun.
The Morning Lord,
The second one.
which I will let you all know, though people wouldn't typically invoke the names directly as often, otherwise known as Lathander, is the most worshipped deity on the plane. As far as you know, the big farmers worship. Most farmers worship Lathander as the god of the sun and of the harvest, the sun and of light and of bringing new life, renewal. Similarly, the god of birth and rebirth, so those who want to redeem themselves, those who want to be parents. It is pretty far-reaching. For those of you who care about alignment, Lathander is a neutral good deity, very focused on very positive. Again, the vibes are good, generally speaking. Now, Lathander is not an elven god, but is the son of those initial gods, of the gods of light and darkness.
And this might be correct my own knowledge. Was that the first son, or
It's beyond your knowledge. We'll talk a little bit more about that world building. That's a little more something that Jake knows about than is relevant for at the moment.
It's okay. You
It's
just gave me a
killing me
character
not
concept.
to ask. Taking a cue from Thorn, once we're past the blue mist, I'm gonna pull out Amikir as well. Just when have we ever been exposed to the moon without a mist? You know.
You have not. Let me think.
I know.
You all are old enough to remember a time before the mists.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You are. You might be. No. Okay. The three. So
just old
He was
now.
younger
Yeah.
than me originally.
right. You still have wrinkles on your hands.
you should get that fixed?
But you don't remember a time before the mists, and so on being under the moonlight and having an unobscured view of this beautiful orange glowing flower, it just brings a real warmth to your soul. This isn't a moment where you have some mystical connection that you're able to speak directly to these beings, but there is, for those of you who wish to reach out in any way, a very, I won't say opaque peace. There is a certainty of safety where you stand now.
Does the moon seem closer than normal?
It's an eighth of your view above you.
Fuck it. I'm gonna try to mind link with it.
You reach out your mind for a moment.
If we go to Arvondor,
We are going to go
You
back
reach
to
out your
Arvondor.
mind, grasping, and you find yourself doing what you've heard. There's this hope to reach out to your divine. Many people who follow various religions hope for this. Unfortunately, it's not quite so simple. But again, there is this renewal of peace where you are here.
Got it. I'm on hold.
I'm really,
Scene.
I'm really mad that I got another character concept from this.
Well, keep it. I want to
I
talk
wrote it
about that.
down.
Wrote it down.
Maybe we'll talk on footnotes about it.
Ooh.
Not for this system.
I know what you're talking about then.
You know exactly.
I had a different direction. I think I went mentally, but
we're
now
all
I'm excited.
Now, I'm not rushing you in any way, but you watch Scobrin take a few steps further, moving not quite in a straight line, but moving just slightly off, moving to the left, passing through an outer wall, probably about 30 or so feet, 40 or so feet ahead of you, and disappearing. And the walls ripple and shine. As they move around, there's a brief moment where the walls become even more transparent, and you are overwhelmed by this, or you may be overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle of what you see before you. Using my hands a lot.
I'm following Scorbin. I feel like it's very important to follow like
Scobrin.
Jeez. Oh my god.
I'm so I didn't think it was a hard name. I'm so sorry.
Just go on prosciutto and we'll call it.
And I'm being careful to follow the same path, but as
You won't miss it.
I want to kind of see if I can get a sense for, is Scobrin the only being that has recently passed through here?
That would be a survival check looking for tracks. The ground itself is not perfect. It is a stony, it reminds you of a cave, and there are these pools of blue-white glowing water. It doesn't look thick or like a jelly. It does look like water you could rest in. They're probably about 15 feet deep, these pools.
Dare you to drink it.
An 11.
On 11, really hard to tell. You'd have to be looking, you'd be here for a while. It feels maybe, it would take you a while to really look over here thoroughly to see footprints on stone.
Fair.
Amanda?
Can I take a vial out and pull a little bit of this water?
It is slightly warmer than like a stream. So probably call it, let's call this water, it's, you know, it's relatively warm, but it's not, you wouldn't bathe in this level of water. Modern day, you wouldn't bathe in this water.
Is it glowing in my vial?
As you pull the water out, it appears to be glowing.
I was just gonna pray.
Lathender's bathwater is what we're gonna name.
Oh my god.
Jake, get out of my house.
Kick out every session. Every session.
Next time on D&D Horror.
Can we sell it?
Oh
I'm gonna find a vial and I'm gonna bring it next session.
I am vile, yes.
I'm upset.
As you all begin proceeding towards that wall where Scobrun walked past, passing by 2 or 3 more of these pools, a brilliant streak of white light passes behind this, some sort of spherical object passing with brilliant white light cascading into just an absolute cacophony, a sinful splattering of color behind it as it flies through space. A shooting star. A comet, perhaps. Are we ready to pass through?
I'm going to
Yep.
bridge first and then pass through.
Interesting.
Do you want me to write it down?
Sure.
I just prayed.
As I see that,
I have
that thing
console.
pass by, I'm gonna roll the gem between my fingers and just kind of, and then go on through.
When you pass beyond this spatial spectacle, you were brought with something that is familiar a little bit to my dear friend Thorn. Laurentius, you step beneath a soft pink-orange sky into an open grove filled with tall grass, the sounds of bubbling water as a small waterfall, probably about 10 or 15 feet, falls in the distance, a river meeting into a pool. The pool itself, very wide, probably about 40 or so feet. You see Scobrin walking through the grass almost bending out of his way slightly before he actually touches it to allow his passage. And dozens of individuals sitting around the edge of the water, some of them laying in it. Others would look to be supported on these massive lily pads, their bodies draped on the lily pads. Yes, you have a body.
Okay.
Seemingly
I was worried about-
unconscious, dipped halfway to the water, supported by this plant.
Body,
Brought
not
us-
corpse.
He brought us to his home.
Full of bodies.
This is what he showed me.
You see once again the moon in the sky, colored differently than you're used to, and it looks far behind it. There's this blue fine mist surrounding it, almost forming a halo around the moon, but not between you and the moon itself.
Ismini has a panic attack. She's not on the material anymore.
So
She's having a
doesn't
panic
stop
attack.
You were on an outer, not an outer plane, but you're no longer on the material plane.
Yes,
Does this-
she's panicking fully.
Does this new
That's fair.
place that
That's
we've
fair.
come to,
Last thing was what?
does it feel different? Does it feel lighter?
As you
Does the air feel
it's
clear?
Gravity light.
It smells incredibly. Okay, I don't want to say it smells like fruits. It smells like berries, and I understand that's not a great distinction. But what I mean is, there's a different scent. There's a more wild but still sweet.
Is it like
scent.
going
earthy.
from a Texas summer to like
A Texas
a
winter.
California winter?
No, it is still a relatively cool. It's maybe a couple degrees warmer, but it still feels like it's winter. Your breath just barely fogging up as you walk through. But as you begin walking through this grasslands here, you do see there's these spheres of light, the intermittent fluttering of wings surround, just passing the boundary of light, flying above. You hear the faintest sounds of giggles as these small fairy-like creatures, some of them flying above, keeping their distance a little bit from where you are. Welcome to Scobrin's Grove.
I have one last
Scrobe.
environmental question.
Yeah, the scrobe.
I have not personally experienced the trance.
Correct.
Yes. But I've heard about it.
Certainly.
People probably describe it to me, I guess.
Yes, so elves, full-blooded elves have something called the trance, where they're instead of dreaming, their souls pass along to their homeland, one of the far plains. It's very different from what's you're
Cool.
experiencing.
I'm just looking at the
You
stars and
walked
trying
through
to
a
get
door.
trying to get a sense of like, is this the souls of elves? Like, and I think it sounds like I quickly established.
These bodies that we see, are they wearing any kind of clothing?
Yes. So now, coming out here, as you begin looking around, there do appear to be what looks to be some of these people. There's a couple of families that you can see kind of huddled together. Some children actually are look to be coming out of the water and being, one of them's being dried off by what looks to be a mother of the child. Others look to be, you see a couple people in Eltzian garb, sitting just near the edge of one side of the pool, watching over what looks to be another Eltzian guard who is lying there, heavily bandaged, resting in the water itself. This water, not the same as we saw before, it looks, where you are here, it's hard to tell if it's necessarily clear actually, or if it's reflecting the light of this, because there's a very soft pink-orange hue to everything. It's very, it's not golden hour, it's the other, it's kind of the opposite of that, but it's very much kissed by the sun, everything that's happening here. Or the moon, in this instance, I should say. But there are
not dusk.
Yes.
Okay.
No, the opposite of what you said.
Dusk,
not
not
dawn. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a moon above you, but instead of getting a blue sky, the moon gives a pink-orange
Got it.
sky.
Silas, I know we're gonna probably spend some time here. Can I pull out a painter's tool set and
Yeah.
just go for it?
You want to match some colors to get them for later, or are you trying to... Painting will take hours. Or do you want to get the colors for now and sketch some stuff out?
I want to get the base colors so that I can finish this later.
Okay. Make a painter's tools check here for me. And we're not in any urgent sort of rush. So Don't worry, the DC is a little bit reduced because there's no urgency here, and you can take your time.
I wonder.
But they're probably looking around, because you notice there's some people who aren't directly next to the water, but actually further out in the grassy area. You can see some pressed down places. There are dozens of people here.
Kind of want to nudge Elle and say, Elle, if you find a flower that'll match my jacket, snag it for me.
Wait, like a flower from here specifically, or do you like a flower like Emma here?
No, from here.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll go. I mean, I'm gonna go talk to people.
Who has the
anyway.
sickle, by the way?
I saw
Give it back.
I was wondering if you're gonna use that on the weeds.
I thought about using it on the moss, and then he walked through the moss, and I said, should not use the sickle right now. Got it.
Could we take a flower by chance if we guarantee we won't hurt it?
Scobrun just kind of keeps walking. You just hear one of these small, this particular little creature glow. Like I said before, when it's far away, it kind of looks more like a glowing orb of light. But as it approaches a little bit closer, you see a small green-hued humanoid figure, small butterfly wings flapping, as this little woman kind of giggles at you as you're asking these questions.
Mosquitoes here are enormous.
I think she bites, but not like that.
Oh my gosh.
There is a small creature that kind of begins to approach you, speaking in Sylvan briefly for a moment.
Weird question. We walked through kind of a portal to get here. Is there anything behind us that indicates
There
the
is a
portal's there?
massive tree covered in moss.
Perfect.
The
Well,
clearing
there.
that you're in, looking outwards. Now you haven't gone anywhere higher, but I'll go ahead and just explain this so I don't forget this. If you walk up any of the hills that are nearby in this little area, you're in a wide clearing. This small grove has some smaller trees, but as it pushes outward, you watch to the horizon massive trees. You're in the center. You're in a clearing in the center of what looks to be an endless forest. It's certainly from where you're standing, you can't see the edge.
Scobrin, I know you brought people here to protect them, but you won't mind if we guide them home, right?
Speaking in Elvish again?
Yes, yeah. Every time I'm addressing Scobrin.
He brought them here to keep them safe. This little creature, so quickly joined by a second who kind of pokes her little green head around this little woman who looks to be garbed in what looks to be a singular leaf wrapped around them. One of them more of an autumn orange, the other an evergreen green. But kind of the one in green just peering over, not talking, and the one in the front.
So I kind of put my hands up. Well, I can't think of many places safer than this. I think, what if we just ask them if they would like to go back to Eltz with us? We'll make sure they get there. Safe and sound.
Is the other forest safe?
I think so. But
Scobrin was scared. Many things were wrong on your side.
I can't say that we fixed everything in the world, but at least the Bulwark isn't so bad.
Did you bring the corpses here, or you left them on the other side?
We left them on the other side.
Okay. I just realized, totally, I'm gonna have to talk about that.
No, we left the cart on the other
Nim
side.
is with the corpses. We didn't bring an elephant
We
to
did.
the tree.
She's keeping watch. She's trained.
That is true.
Nim is also very hurt.
Yeah.
We healed her a little bit, I thought. But
Nim is past bloodied with minor healing.
Yeah.
insane.
You have a feeling.
Your creatures were out of balance. It's very sad.
This is all in Elfish.
Sylvan.
So,
Elvish, once you started speaking Elvish.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't speak Sylvan.
so 3 of us get it.
You're able to translate, because I don't want you guys to feel
Yeah,
Right, I'll tra-
I'll translate.
I can translate for you so you
Yeah.
can have your conversation.
We're taking turns playing translator.
I'm looking for a flower.
My friend was looking for a flower. Do you have one you think you could spare? If
Blossom.
you need, I could give
Blossom,
you.
go help him.
Do you need
Need
a
some-
trade?
If Lawson comes up, I'm gonna say in Elvish, I need something that's gonna match.
The green clad of this pixie is what these are known as.
Oh, no.
Flies up to you, kind of looks a little bit like sheepishly, dives into the grass. You can only now see the light emanating off of her as she begins guiding you a little bit further away from the pond.
Mosquitoes here are a lot more helpful too.
Could I get a read on the room and how they're treating him?
You didn't notice any particular difference,
Okay.
but if you want to make an insight check, I can see if I can give you more than the surface level here.
Okay. I do. I'm curious.
Certainly, your passive wouldn't have done anything.
They called the creatures here out of balance. That specifically, right?
The creature's back home.
Back home,
home, sorry, back home.
referring to the wildlife in the Bulwark going crazy.
Yeah, balance was.
What was that insight?
9.
With a 9, you didn't notice any particular difference. It didn't seem like you all are a little weird. He didn't seem more different than Elle.
I was okay. Good.
I think we found the people driving the creatures out of balance, but we're close by just in case something
That
happens.
means Scobrin can go back to napping.
Does Scobrun like napping?
Scobrin likes napping. Honestly, Scobrin has a soft patch on his spine you can rest in, and it's so comfortable.
Do you nap when Scobrun naps?
Sometimes, mostly we just sing and dance.
You
Jealous.
I love that.
Well, we do. So we sing when the leaves aren't falling, and we dance in the leaves while they're falling. And she thinks for a moment. Every couple of hours they'll switch.
Yeah, I was actually literally about to ask that.
Oh, we
How
need to get
often
back.
Do you guys find yourself heading, or Scobrin find yourselves heading to our side?
Oh, Scobrin only goes when he's needed. We don't go over there. We have everything we need here.
Fair enough.
Question, but I'm not here.
Time is what I'm worried about.
We need to get back.
We will loop you in.
You've moved.
Like, I'm glad we're
You've
here.
moved 30 feet away and are currently being brought different flowers. You see Blossom, the shy.
Yes,
of
the
the
dress style.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that is actually what is happening. Where Blossom is going and actually tapping a bush, like a flower patch in one place, and having you pick out a flower, and then having you get another one. You have a small handful to look at from
How
the
do
party.
I keep it alive? Is it?
She flies over towards where the actual pool is. You see, as she does, one of these little children, couldn't be over, this little boy, probably 5 or so, maybe even younger, kind of looks, reaches his finger up, Blossom taps the top of his finger, then drops into the water, a small rippling effect each time she touches. She looks up to you, points to the flower, points to the water.
Put the flower in the water.
Dip the flower in the water, and as you pull it back, it looks like a flower early in the morning. Still very much this kind of white with a small tint of yellow flower. It has morning dew on it, but as you move it around, the dew moves but just never falls quite off. The flower is preserved.
Stick it in my lapel.
I can see him do that.
There aren't secrets that are being done here. These pixies are just excited.
Brilliant. I'm gonna stick Emikir in. I'm so excited.
You stick Emikir, and as you pull Emikir out, the glowing light refracting out of all of these little dewdrops, it appears to glow just slightly brighter.
I will not stick you into a ghost.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
Sorry.
Yeah, Alex, that was pretty good. You know what, Alex, have a bicycle. Sorry, Alex is in chat and doing some good things, but we'll continue.
We need to leave. We need to leave.
Yeah, my question once they were talking about the leaves falling and the dancing is
Can I math out how long
How
years we've been here?
does-
The leaves begin falling.
do you guys know the difference between time where we came from and time here?
Blossom looks at you absolutely blankly and goes to pick up more flowers.
Can I try to math it out
Shit.
based off of what I've heard so far?
Make an intelligence check.
I'm gonna
smart.
ask you because we talked with Fullen and he mentioned the primrose. Is this the primrose?
I'll make an
I don't
intelligence
think
So
check
you
too.
can ask them.
Blossom, do you know the primrose at all, by chance?
The Countess?
We met Foland, but I know that
I
he's
don't
friends
know
with the Count.
Foland.
He's one of the knights of the Primrose.
Oh, there's a lot of them. Some of them like to hop and some of them like to hop higher. Some can swim and some can sing.
He hops and sings.
He hops. He also sings, yes.
Does he hop and swim or just hop?
Hop and sing.
I love the frogmen.
Amazing. Well, if you see him by chance, you could tell him hi for us, maybe?
That would be fun. We could make it a journey. Blossom, have you picked out a flower? You see Blossom.
I show her my flower that's in my lapel.
You've gotten a lot more dandy
Make a
since we
can you
met.
make me a charisma check?
Charisma check?
I need you to make me a charisma check.
Was he wearing rags?
This is not persuasion.
Yeah, he was.
It got dandy at some
Except for
point.
his answer. No, his pants are fixed.
Yes, but what is your total?
Total is 10. Just straight charisma? 10.
10 is exactly a success, which I was expecting you to do much better on this.
I know because I rolled a 5.
I haven't rolled above a 5 today.
As you're walking back, Blossom, this small little pixie, still silent, bounces and hops between 3 leaves. And as she does, this small little sparkling creature, small motes of light falling, land on the leaves, and the leaves curl up. And you watch as the stem ties up like a small pouch. Happens on 3 of these, and she continues flying away. But there are these small 3 leaf pouches in the bushes.
She's not much of a talker, but I'm assuming that she wants me to take these.
You may take them if you like. The leaf is detached from the small flower patch.
Yeah, I'll take. You said there's 2 pouches?
There's 3 little pouches.
I'll take 3.
Okay. They feel exactly as light as a leaf. It feels like they're empty, but they're folded up.
My intelligence check for the amount of time that has passed was a 12.
Was it 12?
Yeah.
No, I understand. Can you explain? So, because I don't want to be doing a certain.
Right.
Can you explain for everyone here what you're thinking is happening?
I think that time passes here a heck of a lot quicker than it does on the material plane, and that the longer we spend here, exponentially longer potentially in the material plane. So we need to get out as quickly as possible, or else we're gonna spend
Can
a
we-
year
The
here.
leaves have stopped falling.
I'm
We need
assuming.
to get out.
yes.
I'm assuming we can't see the solar system stuff.
No,
from
you
here?
see a giant tree that matches where you came here.
Okay.
I agree with you. Ask for how often for a
Seeing
reason.
how much Ismini is freaking out,
I've been panicking the entire
I'm
time.
not getting any younger, so I'm gonna go.
Before we,
with
I
this
don't think
meeting.
we'll age just like super
No.
quickly when we go back.
No, it's about how many years we're gonna spend away from Elf.
Wait, time out.
Gwen, can I pull
There
Gwen?
are actual Eltzians near us.
There
Yeah.
are probably 3, maybe 4 dozen people here.
We need
I
to
was
get
trying
the
to get
guys.
over. Can I ask them like how long they've been here?
You want to get a kid specifically?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Looking around, you do see there is a young boy, probably
I need
13,
same.
15. If he was highborn, he'd be in
15.
squiring. He'd be known as what's called squiring age.
Yeah.
Walking over.
He's a square.
Whoa. Hi. Are you? There's been a lot of weird creatures here. You're really cool.
Ask what year it is.
You think I'm cool?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You're so big. That's awesome.
On the topic.
Do you
You
want
lift
me
up
to,
a boulder?
Do you want to see me swing a hammer
Focus.
instead?
Yes.
We have lost Silas.
Silas.
Silas fully begins doing feats of strength for a child for a little bit.
While he does
Ruby's
that,
crying.
I want to grab
a
Gwynwyn
kid.
and I said, "Will you help me like just talk to people and ask them if they want to go to Eltz?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
Can we just start working through
Yes,
the crowd?
as you go through here, it's
I'll-
going to be.
I'll
I
cry
will
and
tell you this
help.
check. This is what's
Can
called
you
a.
help us?
We're crying and helping.
Yes, this is called a charisma investigation check. So it's a charisma check, and if you have investigation, add that proficiency bonus. Go ahead and roll that while I talk to Jake. Yes, Silas.
Can I still ask that question to the sweet kid? How long have you been here? Has it been a day?
We've been here for a couple of days.
You've been here for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the last thing that happened in the material? What
We
was
know
the last
what
thing that
year
happened
it
in
is.
Eltz?
We would know what year it is, right?
Yeah. Hi. Do you remember? The king had a speech planned. Do you remember how long ago that was scheduled?
What? At this point, his mother, because you're talking to a child, comes over and begins kind of helping you out with the time-wise.
Yeah.
As she's talking about it, she was expecting. She's been here for about. It looks about
Few
3.5 days. You know that the king's speech was within the last week.
Yes.
She was thinking that the king's speech was going to be, or the king's speech was supposed to happen like yesterday, the day before.
Okay, so
Not
it's not
terrible.
years, it's days.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But she's also been here for 3.5 days, so we're talking very low temporal distortion, which you're describing.
But our anxiety is very high. Regardless.
Yes, you've been here for a couple of minutes.
Is Mimi still crying? It's not very helpful.
You're good.
I'm sad Connor's face wasn't on the
I feel like Connor just mind linked with Victoria. And not like a Thor and his meaty mind link.
No, it was
but a Connor and Victoria.
Oh, I don't like the numbers.
Ooh.
Sorry.
I
Okay.
like that.
Do we,
I can give me specifics later, but just so you can just write it down.
Still talking to the kid and mom. Have you seen anyone outside of this grove? Any other people? Any other pixies?
No, the wolf has been bringing people here. We were set upon by a horde of wolves, and it came by and it grabbed my boy, and it disappeared, and it came back and it grabbed me.
Were they frenzied?
I think I'll be honest. We had been coming. We've been traveling, and so I'm not terribly familiar with the creatures. We normally are common folk. We trade, and I don't know wolves. I suppose they were frenzied.
Regardless, were you either of you hurt?
No, the pools here have a very calming effect. They had hurt my arm, and she shows you. It's not even leaving a scar. I've been resting. Some of the pixies they dance on the water until you come over and you sit with them. They have wonderful songs. I have no idea what they're saying, but if they're making fun, it's fine.
Thank you for sharing. How eager are you and your son to get home is the better question.
Are the woods safe to travel? The guards over there were telling us that there was a big hunt.
More than
The
safe.
hunt would be over at this point. We solved the problem.
The hunt
we're-
is not over.
Well,
We have
we solved the problem, but we haven't told them yet that the hunt is over. If that makes sense.
They're hunting all the wolves?
They were hunting a specific wolf, but regardless, the creature behind it is no more, so the hunt should be ending soon.
Oh, there was a. She looks at you a little bit confused. Rather than me just playing dumb, you get to clarify. She thinks for a moment maybe there's other wolves that were evil. She's very convinced, and it seems that the general consensus here was that Scobrin, this wolf, was the savior of them. These people
Yeah.
who are
Right.
here have been here for a couple of days, seem to think that Scobrin saved them from the other wolves.
The explanation
exactly.
being that there was some tomfoolery going on in the woods.
Would you be willing
Yeah.
to testify to that fact?
Of course.
Great.
My son is alive because of that wolf.
Because we might need that.
People in our setting, just to clarify, understand that there are just magical creatures. They're weird, but she's had a couple days to process. I got carried here at 50 miles an hour by a wolf.
Yeah, they've never gone 50 miles an hour before. They
Right.
don't have cars.
And
they have horses.
That's an underestimate.
Right.
Yeah.
Not everyone can run at L speed.
Right.
Not everyone is a Lily Angel.
Yep.
But and some of the people here are just willing to talk. The only people who haven't, like, some people have come to approach, some people have chatted a little bit. There's men and women. There are people who are very clearly dressed as hunters. A lot of them are actually, it seems the majority of people here either were traveling along the Bulwark in or out, like on one of the roads in or out of the city, or are just local hunters who were hunting, deer, rabbits. Amanda, what do you have
Wouldn't
for me?
want to go to the injured guard
Yeah.
and his friend and offer Wolf's Will if he needs any extra healing, because if he's clearly bandaged.
As you begin walking over, some of the guards taking a look at you, a bit concerned. Hold there. What do you? Our friend is.
I have healing. I have some Wolf's Will and I have some healing potions.
His throat is mostly closed, but we're. The man who's kind of standing here looks seemingly in charge of what looks to be this quartet of Eltzian guard overseeing their friend here. Have you seen? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You're very kind for offering the assistance, but so far we've been worried about disturbing this with anything we've had. We have some basic supplies.
Right.
We did what we could to bandage him up, but we've been changing his bandages, and he's. I've never seen it. It was as if watching a seamstress bind two bits of fabric to each other. You were very kind. Do you have any? You've come from home.
Yes.
Has there been word of Captain Krennic?
He's fine.
He's getting healing.
He was a bit staggered.
Thank the 9.
Can I make an Arcana check to see
I made
if
it
my
last time
healing,
I
if I
did
use
it.
like magic while he's in the pool, would have any
Sure,
effect?
that'd just be. So I'll let you make an Arcana, or you can actually make a spellcasting ability check, which is just that would be int plus proficiency. Do we have cranberry juice? Yes.
19.
A 19. It doesn't. That wouldn't cause a harm. Magical interference it does exist for certain types of spell effects, and it's a very good question. Healing on healing is generally fine. Looking at it, the immediate danger is gone. If you'd like to do that, though, to maybe help avoid scarring or even just help him heal more, you can expend that if you'd like to.
Yes, I'd like to use healing word on him.
You take a few moments explaining you're an alchemist, you've been trained in healing, talking a little bit about your pedigree from the Vorax Empire. But after a little bit of talking, they're not hard to convince, these guards. They go over, you see a couple of them actually lift up underneath their friend's body to make the lily pad just more parallel instead of sinking a little bit into the water. You step in, and as you step in, it's a little odd as you're not going under all the way as you're stepping in here.
How tall
The
is
bandages are removed, and you do see it's definitely a very bad wound, but it's been closed. The skin itself is brought together, but is a sickly red. Taking some time with the wolf's will. You can roll the dice if you'd like to, but the important thing is by putting this more direct magical healing, you watch as things begin to see a little bit more. Some of the reddish starts to fade, and you start noticing pockets of what looked like it could have become infected. Calm. You're able to kind of more readily stabilize what's happening here. Because you're using magical items, you don't have to make a medicine check for this.
Only 4 points of healing.
Only 4 points of healing, but as you do, the important part was that you start, small parts get a little bit better. And the man just ever so slightly stirs, not speaking, but just rolling his head a little bit. This human man, long brown hair, you can see definitely still padded in. Doesn't look like he's been here for that long. Pressed with the sweat of wearing a helmet all day, but also with the water of the pond itself. You're in a place that people are finding some amount of peace and a bit of solace from what happened in the Bulwark.
Gwynwen will take some time to explain, like, that we found fiends that was causing the animals to be frenzied.
Smart girl. I love it.
Tell
To
the
the-
truth.
Tell the truth
to
Yes.
the guards.
to the guards.
This is
Wait,
why I'm
time
gonna
out.
worry about how we're
Should
gonna
we
lie.
not be telling the truth every time?
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Our concern was that we were going to bring these fiends back and they'd be like, no, Scobrin's still the problem. So as much as we continue to tell other people and
The
get the stories
testimony
gets
straight,
clearer.
Yeah.
Scobrin helped. The fiends were the bad ones controlling the other
Can I
wolves.
mind link with Ismini and say, are you sure that these are actually fiends?
While still choking back tears because I'm not on a material plane, and I did not want to leave.
We can go back.
I'm gonna just tell that I think that they're fiends, but I can't be confident because so far the only thing in common is Abyssal, and I speak Abyssal.
That's
They
Right.
also never
And you're not a fiend.
disappeared. She is. We just
That I know.
wow.
I'm from the material plane.
But you take a bit of
That's
time
not-
explaining to seemingly the leader is this man,
Spanish.
Sergeant Fortuna. You take okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Chloe, do you recognize that name?
I just know that you're making a reference.
Oh, yeah,
And so
always,
I'm
all
like
the time.
going to make
What's
give
his
a
first
you a
name?
look.
Bib.
Bib.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about the Clone Wars representation.
But so you take some time and it kind of explains the situation. It doesn't seem after a few minutes for these guards who directly experience Scobrin dragging them with his teeth and dropping them in magic healing water. Doesn't take a lot to convince these folks. There's very little initial resistance, and once you started explaining things, if you're comfortable showing, hey, blue blood, like
Yeah.
literally weird magic blood, I've got this right here.
And that we saw a goblin become like weird and possessed.
Right. Taking this a little bit of time, one of them actually takes some parchment. They're a bit calm here. They've had time writing things down, taking a bit more information. Well, we'll have to meet with the captain just to confirm everything. But
Of course.
you certainly the reward would be yours then.
You'll see the bodies on the way out.
Yeah, we brought them here.
We have Nim.
And we did rescue Nim.
Oh, I don't know if I'm right there.
yeah,
but-
we're all together. We're in the same
Yeah.
field.
I'm sorry. You have Captain Krennic's mount.
I can promise you,
She's her own elephant.
with total
first of all.
sincerity, that he allowed us to keep
would
watch
have
of her.
I would have absolutely assumed that that creature ran off and
It was
did whatever they do in the forest.
it was
I-
captured
Poor
by a
elephant.
goblin and then we rescued it
They-
from the goblin.
Not captured.
Not captured by a goblin.
Entice.
We became allies with the goblin.
Was
Who's
magically-
a
goblin.
perfectly fine person that we
Cool.
won't tell you too much about.
And I rode her into battle, and she's beautiful.
If you need someone to help you watch your elephant on like weekends,
I'm totally willing to.
We did follow
So-
Zelda.
Maybe it was time we were on our way.
Yeah. For everyone who
Yeah.
wants to go back to Eltz, please.
Jack should be fine for travel. You mentioned, because you guys told him about the
Yeah.
bodies, you mentioned you had a hand cart.
Yes.
Would it be possible for me to have two of my men here carry one of those bodies and we use the cart for Jack?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Oh, and the elephant too.
problem.
Nim has a. If you need it to store anybody else up high.
store.
Store. I'm sorry.
Well,
it's
they are
meaning.
dead.
We are in your debt. You've. There were. If we hadn't returned, I would assume they would keep sending individuals to hunt down this creature.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we didn't know there was a wolf here.
The wood elf said he's been the guardian of the forest for centuries, but only comes out when needed. So I guess he hasn't been needed in a long time.
If that's what they said, you've spoken with the elves.
Yes.
Yeah, and the wolf.
Well, I'll be sure to include that in my report.
I will say the wolf.
Welcome,
did
Jason.
mention-
Hi, Jason. Hi, Jason.
The wolf
Oh
did
my God,
mention.
Jason just got here. Jason missed.
Jason,
We're in your old tree girlfriend's house.
We walked through a tree. One of the.
Girlfriend's
The
house.
Fey
Wait,
Wolf.
what?
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm excited
That's
about
what I
Welcome,
wrote in my
Jason.
notes.
Discord.
But
Oh, yeah, the Discord.
unless there's anything specific you'd like to do here,
I-
yes. Okay. Everyone's so excited. I'm very happy.
Yeah, we all have things we need to
Yes.
do.
Perfect. Silas, just letting you know, at this point, you've managed to fill a couple pages with different tones. You've taken notes. You've got some
I'm
rough
in a really
sketches.
poor role.
That's okay. It just means more work later.
Oh, yeah.
You might take more iterations. You can take time to literally look at things and see if colors match. It's not a fail state. It's just a
Yeah.
success state. Victoria, and then Clella. Victoria.
I wanted to talk to Scobrun, please.
Okay. Again, it's not going to be exact.
I wanted to say something to the wolf.
Do you need my help? Okay.
As you begin walking up one of the tall hills that leads to this grassy patch where Scobrin rests, Scobrin lifts his head up to look at you.
I want to give a bow, deep bow, of true respect that I can. Thank you for taking care of them.
Scobrin lifts a paw, places it, crosses over the other, and with that sentiment expressed, you watch as some of the bands, those strange burn-like marks all around his leg, glow briefly with a soft color that eventually just kind of bleeds into the sky itself, the same that pink-orange hue. And as that effect, whatever has been happening, quiets, not so much dispels, but quiets, Scobrin lays his head down over his paws and falls back into slumber.
Aww.
People are safe, and the Guardian will sleep.
I'm gonna cry.
You're already crying.
This is
Well,
a lie.
I'll cry during the mission.
My thing feels so silly now.
I just want
You're absolutely being silly in the Feywild is appropriate.
It's a
That is
Feywild.
true.
I'm sorry for being serious. I'm gonna go sob.
That's
Oh, we're
fine.
all gonna go.
As long as we don't run into our frog friend again. I'm a little
Our
worried about a
friend?
coin I gave to someone.
When we're talking to the Eltzian guards, I wanted to like interject. You know, part of what awakened Scobrin was there are hunters disturbing the fawn and other creatures in the Bulwark. The Bulwark helps protect Elts, and I think that the Elts should help protect the Bulwark as well.
Sergeant Fortuna looks at you and just thinks for a moment. I will include that in my report. I would advise you speak with Captain Krennic. But genuinely, for all you've done, certainly it can be looked at. I don't have any power to change that sort of thing. But I can promise that the people who do will at least hear your words.
Captain
You know,
Krennic
you
will
just-
listen to reason.
You kind of backing us up would be appreciated. Now I'm gonna pull out the arrows. This hurts the forest. When it's like when these are put into the fawn and other like creatures. I mean, hunting is one thing when it's necessary. And this wasn't.
Do you actually mention satyrs at any point?
Yeah.
So as you kind
I'm
of
giving a tiny white lie to kind of accomplish a secondary goal.
as you kind of explain this, he even mentions that he's seen satyrs here. Those goat men,
I keep
essentially.
seeing the Roman name, I'm sorry.
That's okay. He understood.
Yeah.
I understand what you were saying. That's why I asked. Hey, do you explain that to him
Yeah.
though? But you take some time.
Where I'm from, we call them fawn.
You feel pretty convinced you've got these guards on your side
Great.
in this sense.
Yay.
Back home?
Oh no, you go
You were a
ahead.
guardian
I have something to
past.
say afterwards.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to go home and rest.
Before we leave, Gwynwyn does want to bottle a bit of this healing water as well. Just to study it.
Are
If
you gonna ask for
the
permission
pixies
first?
aren't upset with that,
Certainly.
I will ask Elle or Asmini to ask a pixie if I can take some.
Blossom, is this okay? Can she snack some of your water?
She looks up over towards the other one, Almond.
Almond.
Almond comes down,
My favorite soap.
So,
but as Almond comes down, you can take it with you, but it won't do anything outside the grove.
Okay.
I just want to study it.
Of course. We've tried. The pixies have tried. We can't drink all of it up, no matter what.
Cool.
Fair
I think
enough.
of them with little silly straws.
I'm so mad at you.
These now.
There are reeds.
Silly reed straw.
You could bend the reed.
Just a little
I-
No, but so this again, very small little creature kind of just looks at you, doing a little dance. Her toes, like a ballerina, just tip tapping over the surface of the water. Gives a little curtsy. You're allowed to take some water with you, but you do get the sense, at the very least, without doing something very impressive alchemically, it will become inert when it leaves here.
Meta
That's fair.
question.
Yeah.
Would I happen to know? Again, very meta, very just me being Victoria alignment.
Oh. Of the
Pixies.
Pixies? You know that generally speaking, a lot of Fae are a little bit like, they're a little Willy Wonka, if you will. You've heard some words that they've been playing little pranks on the children, but no one's been hurt.
Okay.
This is a very safe place.
Okay.
They play pranks.
Yeah.
Of course they play pranks.
Of course.
They're pixies.
They.
Th-
I just want to know if
Do
they
you
were
like
neutral
pranks?
or good.
Do you want a fun
There
thing
are-
to help in your pranks?
There are the... Yes.
Don't go spinning this all in one place. I'm gonna give them a filter of love.
No.
Good friends, good places.
Oh my god.
She sits here holding this very small vial.
You gave them a love potion?
You went to the Wonka
Oh,
factory
no.
and stole fizzy lifting drink.
As you give this small love potion to Blossom, to Almond, excuse me, she looks at this. I'm so excited.
No!
The chaos you have
I
just.
cannot wait to eventually hear of what you did with it.
Come tell her sometime soon.
She flies over the center of the pond and drops it in the middle. It's sealed. It's still wax sealed. I will keep it there for a special time.
Yeah, keep it chilled. Oh, nice.
Oh no.
Have fun.
She flies over and thanks, flies up to your forehead and plants a tiny kiss right here. It's like if you've been hit by a tuft of a dandelion before, where it barely feels like anything as she flutters away, her green light beginning to get smaller and smaller as she disappears into the grass.
That's adorable. Okay, now let's get the hell out of the
Yeah.
Feywild.
I
Yeah.
do have one quick question. While Silas is painting, any chance a pixie comes by? I just had a quick question for one.
This would be beforehand, but yes, what was that?
On our walk in, we saw a shooting star. Does that happen often in the in-between?
You get the general sense from them, they don't typically leave,
Yeah.
but they'll go into that tree to bathe in those pools because it's just a different temperature.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. They don't seem to have any
Neat.
conceptual understanding of this. These are not wizards who know anything about planes and such.
that's fine.
They know that there's an over there and there's a here, and there's a place between those two things.
I was just wondering, had you seen in the over there a lot of shooting stars? It seemed on our side there was a crater, something that came from the sky. I wonder if it came from here or there.
Fine, Jake, I'll roll a die.
Good shot.
This is gonna be back to Almond from earlier. No. Sometimes when we rest inside the cave, there will the blue aura will flash different colors and then get a little bit dimmer for a while. But no.
Perfect, fine. Sounds just as pretty. We'll leave it at that.
Y'all ready to go?
Let's get
Yeah, let's
out of
I
here.
think we gather the people,
Yeah.
say our polite
think-
goodbye to Squirrel.
Ismini's hair is going white.
It's already white. It's been
Yeah,
white.
Oh, sorry, it's going
the
platinum. I
temporal
don't know.
flux is not that okay.
You take a bit of time gathering everyone up. The most injured person was Jack, and at this point, Jack is able to be carried over the shoulder. Not fully talking quite yet, but you're able to kind
go
of
ahead.
support. Yeah, you go ahead with one of the
think I'm probably a
guards.
decent height
You see one of the
for
guards is a little bit tired because they have some injuries of their own. You take the other side of Jack with one of the guards on the other side, and you're able to start walking over towards that giant tree covered in that same shiny purple-black moss all the way up. This beautiful elven wood. You step through once more, passing through this beautiful stonework, seeing once again countless stars, these beautiful collection of nebula, huge gas clouds, galaxies, countless brilliant lights. And when you step through on the other side, as you begin marching out, I would like to know which person steps out first.
Sooner I get out, the better.
Okay, that is a good enough reason for me. Silas, as you step out, you are met with dozens of faces with a mixture of concern and happiness to see you. As your party begins filtering out, you looking around you, Silas. You have dozens of eyes, elven eyes, staring at you. Some of them a little bit higher, you see dotting the various branches all around you here in the wood as you and the rest of your party emerge. Denizens of Tayrilla, dozens of dwarves are here. Or elves. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
I was
you-
like, what?
I just like my eyes.
This Moscow Mule. No, so dozens of
Moscow.
elves.
My face strong.
No, dozens of elves. Not nearly the population you saw previously, but a large number of them
Yeah.
are here. There's concern, but it quickly seems that some of them have bandages, some of them have blankets for the people who are coming out with you. But as you emerge, some of them are coming over and offering their assistance to the people as they emerge. Some people are okay, some people aren't. But you also notice there's a little colder faces of Lucas and a collection of scouts are waiting for the party. You do see that Lanithir is here, but is up in one of the trees. It does not appear that he's going to be speaking with you here, though you could travel to Tayrilla again if you'd like. People over here being checked with, being, the elves are going, some of them speaking what common they can, translating for the others, and just getting all these people together, keeping them safe as they're still here within the forest. Lucas looks at you, Ililie, and nods.
Good hunt.
We've found them. They're in one of the old battlefields.
Oh.
The correct one, where the earth was torn.
Do you want to go now, or?
I do not know what they're there for. They do not appear to be hunting, the madness that you defeated.
I'm gonna hand off the wounded guard. I know we're tired, but I think this is worth going to now.
The elders say they were going to bring the children of Eltz over towards where Francis lives, keep them together until they can be escorted out of the forest.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
So we're gonna go snuff out some Joyatiel?
Lanithir had instructed us that we are to provide assistance, or should you deem the order, we are to let these elves go to prevent further bloodshed.
Let's go meet them.
It is probably about 11 o'clock the next morning, by the way,
Okay.
for reference.
Next morning.
It's just the next morning. You're not exhausted, but you haven't had a long rest.
Can somebody ask?
I will, however, give you all a short rest if you'd like to have it.
Oh my goodness.
Yay!
I should have said that
We already
earlier.
took one short rest in this day,
I didn't burn.
You'll have to take multiple short rests.
but we can't do our short rest recovery abilities anymore.
If they're once per long rest, no.
I think that arcane recovery is
It
once
is
per long rest.
explicitly that.
Yeah.
It's once per LR on your first page. One thing we don't use is day versus long rest, except for very particular items.
Is the phoenix feather recharged then? Because it's been dawn now. Because that you told me
I
was.
believe it's supposed to be once per long rest on that. I don't have that directly in front of me. You're looking for which specific effect? One sec.
The phoenix feather was the spell magic.
Did you use that today?
I used it the day before on the deer with the stag that was fights us.
No. So, like I was saying before, we really don't use. I apologize for that. If that says dawn, it's supposed to be long rest. We use that, and that's purely a game balance thing that we use. We just use long rest. Narratively, it's just not been quite long enough.
So you can't use one at 1 a.m. and one at 6
Gonna
a.m.
use the font of magic and expend a warlock spell slot and get one sorcery point back.
Great.
Yeah.
So, this is a decision. Like, the elves are willing to explain what's going on, get you a little bit of information. This is a decision the party will have to make. You can choose to return to Eltz, go pick up Captain Krennic, make your way back to the city, get your reward, and get some well-earned rest. Or, if you'd like, you may hunt down those elven soldiers who have violated the
Killer.
wood.
Can you
We have a
remind
job to do, and
me-
that is not
Joyatiel
our
are
job.
evil.
Connor how many of those Joyatiel
Yes,
there were?
you know that there were 3 of them.
Okay.
One of them looked like he was wearing slightly better armor than the rest,
One helmet.
and clearly appeared. No, there were 3 of them in
3
helmet.
Hell Knight armors, but
One of them appeared
Important.
more like clearly a leader of the trio, and they were here for this great hunt that was happening.
Okay.
They were supposedly here to hunt Scobrin.
yeah, we're gonna go stop them. If my opinion means anything.
Joyatiel are evil. We need to stop them.
Joyatiel are evil, Joyatiel are evil, Joyatiel are evil. That's
I
3.
We
can't
have a job
force
to do,
you.
I'm
It's
saying.
4. I know what Joyatiel are.
4 say Joyatiel are evil.
I know. I recognize that I am outvoted, but I also recognize that we might get our asses kicked.
We lived through the desolation of summer.
You lived through the desolation of summer.
I have about
So is
a
it
quarter
quicker?
of the
People are
cousins I'm
evil.
supposed to.
Evil or not, it's not the job we're here for, and I'm not confident we won't walk out more scarred walking in.
Silas?
I don't care about dying.
Yeah. I would fall gladly if I meant I killed one.
You would
Joyatiel.
fall gladly. I
It's
would
3
fall
to
gladly.
5.
I would
Can't be
not
that
be glad
bad.
if any of you fell. There's a
Then we won't.
Just kidding.
Then we won't. If we work together, we will not fall.
If you want to sit it out, we won't be upset, Silas. But I
and
think we're all
let
going.
both of you die. No, we're
So you
going.
are
I-
coming. then.
Unfortunately, regrettably,
I think I have
I've
enough
said my
healing to get us
piece.
all out of there alive.
How much of my ward do I get back?
So we've been playing this when you take a short rest. If you were
I didn't cast any spells. I don't think I get anything back.
right, if
Cool. I'm happy with that.
If you're doing a normal short rest, you often will do your alarm.
but we were in
But
the
in this case, you were
Feywild.
doing stuff, but I'm
Yeah.
giving you that short rest.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that for the explanation of everybody, hey, I have a ward.
And no one described doing a on their back floating in the healing springs. It sounded like
No, I just used all of my. I have one hit die left.
that's fine.
It doesn't mean anything for me, but I don't need to get 2 healing back.
It's been a long adventuring day.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's only gonna get
sessions.
longer.
Let's go kill some Joyatiel.
Yeah, we're gonna get to the full 16-hour day experience.
Sometimes that'll happen. All right.
I love it.
Lucas kind of looks over to the party. Have you made your decision?
We're in.
We're in.
We're down for a hunt.
All
Hut
right.
number 2.
if we go in, what can we expect?
So, as I mentioned before, they're in one of the battlefields from one of their older conflicts. So there will be a number of abandoned sets of armor spread throughout the field. I will mention where they're at is one of the places where the ground was torn. There's a deep crevice where we'll be able to see some from below. So if we climb up into the trees, we'll be able to see a bit into. Do you want me to stop?
No.
Okay,
This is
no,
Meanie
then I got-
raising her hand,
Oh,
waiting.
okay.
It's a Victoria
We'll be
problem.
able to climb the trees and provide some support from afar, firing when we can. But unfortunately, any attempt that we could make to simply attack them without actually descending into the crevice, I think they would just escape, as it's relatively long, the actual crack itself. There'd be too many places for them to hide.
We
Did
have to
you
draw them out?
did you see any metal or machinery? Oh no.
They occasionally have bits of their old war machines discarded throughout the battlefield.
I'm not glaring at you, Jake, but I am glaring at you.
No, when you say discarded,
It's your fault.
you say
Hey
discarded.
guys.
Okay. There may be some metals laying around.
Useful metals.
Certainly, it's primarily soldiers.
Okay.
They're the remnants
soldiers.
of dead Taborlins and dead Joyatiel.
We'll go fight them.
Yep.
Appreciate the air support.
We would ask that you leave whatever armor that had been on the field on the surface, that you leave what you find.
Of course. Yeah, that's yours.
Maybe we should get the surprise attack?
We'll try to go in quiet.
Yeah.
You'd need to descend. What I can do is I can have some of my men. We can hoist a vine to allow you to more easily climb down. We
3
can
vines.
assist. Absolutely. Get a few more men.
Alright.
We may have to tie that one up and drop the vines once. We may have to attach you to a harness.
Sorry.
Yes.
Follow me.
I do have a spell slot left.
Featherfall's silent.
We could feather fall in. Yes.
A screaming elephant is not.
Don't scream.
Would you just?
Well, as you begin making your battle plans, marching your way there, I think we're going to take a few minutes early. We're going to do our break tonight.
Okay.
We're not leaving. The session's not over.
No, it's
we're going
not.
to leave for just a couple minutes here, get some water, quick restroom break. We hit our goal!
Did it!
Yeah! We're going to be doing our Battlesphere one-shot within the next month or ish.
Yeah.
And I've got so much news to share. Not here tonight, but this Sunday on Footnotes. We're gonna have lots of stuff to share. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes. Nobody say goodbye. We'll be right back.
Bye, good.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I think Yes, we should be good to go. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience. It looks like we're broadcasting. So you all here are in this clearing. You notice elves are going and checking on all these people. Okay, you good?
Oh, it's just like, where's the dog?
Oh, where'd the dog go?
I don't know where she is.
Just a Coco.
As you're here, kind of gathering all these people together, Lucas and the other scouts begin stepping away, heading back deeper into the woods, heading southward, closer towards the main road. You hear a voice kind of beckoning from behind some of these Tayrillans. Guys?
As I'm frantically writing Matthew.
Adon!
Hey, Don.
Wait,
Hey.
come on. Is this his cousin?
No,
Adon?
no, that's a different guy.
Hey, Don.
I had heard some nonsense was going down, and you all hadn't shown up yet.
There's some
Yeah.
nonsense.
Boss thought I should come and check things out.
I appreciate y'all's concern, but number one, oh my gosh.
Is it my dog?
Yeah, she's finding me now. She's gonna get me tough.
Welcome back to one of our two familiars for the three familiars for the podcast. Well, the show.
Hi,
This is a Coco.
But
This is actually Scobrun.
This is a Scobrin
A
inspiration.
lick for that.
It's actually Cocobrin.
Yeah, Don.
my work kind of cut off early, so I thought I'd stop by. You guys, want a hand?
Yes, please. We're about to go fight some.
We would.
Give me back the bicycle.
So sorry.
I was actually.
Give me that.
I was actually gonna make a joke about that too. That's funny.
He did it at you.
Yeah. You guys mind filling me in what's happening?
Sure, we'll fill you in as we walk.
All right, the party begins heading on over, following Lucas and the others. As they're heading off, every once in a while, Lucas issues an order to one of the scouts to climb up a tree, grabbing one of those very sturdy green vines, gathering several lengths of effectively rope for the adventures to come. Once, you've probably traveled a good 15 minutes before Lucas starts saying, hey, make sure you get your battle plans ready. Another 15, 20 minutes, and you're told, we're relatively close. As I mentioned, I think it would be best for us to help to lower you using vines.
You should
But
lower our friend to Dawn as well.
yes, we have enough men. We can take all of you down. That would be fine.
I'm gonna cast Armor of Agathis again before we start.
I do apologize. For us to get your friend here, we're going to actually have to hoist him up first. The rest of you will actually be descending right at the surface, so you can move quietly up to the actual edge of the break in the ground. But we'll have to bring Silas. We'll be bringing you up to the canopy.
Is there no other routes? Do I have to go all the way from up there to down?
You could free climb.
Should I free
It is about
No.
a 30-foot fall, though, if you were to lose your grip.
I don't have very many spell slots left. Please don't.
30
Please don't
foot's
make me
not
The,
bad.
the
burn.
ground was opened magically, and so it's not quite as there's not as many good handholds as you'd expect for something opened by the wills of the planet.
I trust y'all. I trust you.
Don't make me burn Featherfall, please.
We have limited spell slots. We're half casters.
Yeah.
Okay, Silas. Some of them begin climbing up trees. The others begin tying the other end of the vines, kind of underneath your arms as a harness, crisscrossing. Some of them going over your shoulder, and you're fully kitted out after a while. Are you resisting?
No, I'm not. But I just,
Jake doesn't like this.
Neither does Silas. I can only imagine that someone who weighs that much has spent their entire life on the ground. It's just
4 elves begin pulling and
only 4.
yeah.
280,
Begin-
come on.
Absolutely. One really strong elf could do that.
Okay, I'm mad. I'm only
So I think with strength 20, you could just do it.
yeah, strength 20 is 400 something pounds.
Because you don't wear armor. That's the big thing. You're not as heavy as most fighters, because most fighters are wearing pretty darn heavy armor.
It's fair.
Your hammer is heavy, but not that heavy.
Yeah, as long as I can.
Silas
hold
begins
something
getting
with my nose.
hoisted. The rest of the party, I'm going to ask to make a stealth check as you all begin going through here.
Clarification point: did we hand off the cart with the fiend bodies to someone we?
That is a decision you get to make. If you'd like to, because you had access to the Tayrillin, so it's kind of up to you. The bodies themselves can be waiting somewhere for you.
Cool.
If you want to entrusted them with the Tayrillins to be returned to you.
It's my preference.
Yeah,
This is from Gwynwyn.
and then
Thank you, Gwynwyn.
Yeah.
As you,
I need to roll one more of these.
As I'm having you roll these stealth checks, I want to kind of describe the scene here. Looking here, you see kind of a rough scene. It's probably about high noon at this point, so the most possible light coming through the canopy. And as it bleeds through, you see glints of silver and bronze, or brass, all through the field as discarded spears, swords, helmets, the remnants of a long forgotten battle. Moss and grass having grown through some of the skeletons here. This is a place where battle, war, and death has visited. In the center of the field, however, you see a split probably about 20 or so feet wide, jagged at points, and about 100 feet long. So massive, earth-shattering crack in the ground.
Did they say?
You don't hear anything from where you are. Silas, you are currently about 80 feet above this.
My whole little trunk is tied around a little thing holding
You're
on.
swinging just a little bit.
Oh no, you did not have to put that image in my head.
There's a very real
Don't you-
sound on one of these vines.
I'm not happy with the DM. You don't use your powers for evil with descriptions.
1 second, I have to roll mischievousness.
Just wanted to break.
No, you're let down about a foot very quickly and before caught.
It's good news. Your trunk was wrapped around, so you can go. Doop.
I just oh my god.
Now, before I have the stealth checks, I want you to keep that number in mind. Jake, I would like you to make me a perception check, as you're the only one with direct line of sight down from where you're at.
Do I have to open my eyes?
You would have to. Do you want to not?
Squeak squawk.
So with disadvantage, because he's like.
It's actually
Nope.
this entire area is lit enough where it's not considered dim light here.
I'm a brave elephant. I am a fighter. I drop my.
Also, if
die
you
on the
guys
floor.
are using if you're
roll.
using an effect before doing that, you may. The stealth check is going to represent like 2 rounds worth of combat.
Add 5.
Adon is with you.
Is it by Victoria's?
You got 23.
Wait.
It rolled
A 23 on your perception.
Yes.
So here's what I want to let you know. Silas, up here in the canopy, you see 2 things of note. Alex, go ahead and bring us the battle view.
Oh, why do we have to have a battle view?
Big one.
Sure. Let's see how that looks.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's kind of nice.
So moving on over, you see a couple things.
Thank you.
First, and
Good
Connor,
job,
thank you for
Victoria.
helping with adjustments and such. First, yes, thank you, Victoria, for making that view for us. You see one of these Joyatiel here is kneeling at the base. You're about 80 feet up. It's 30 feet underground, so you're over 100 feet away.
Yeah.
But you can see, wearing a red plumed helmet, one of the regular Joyatiel Hell Knights here is gazing at this massive amalgamation of bronze, steel, stone, strange red material coiled in tight, thin rows. I don't think Silas would be terribly familiar with what this is, but I will let you know. Coiling wires and springs throughout what looks to be limbs, as there is a massive metal automaton.
No.
Yes.
So it is.
You manifested this.
Yes.
She did.
It's my fault.
Technically.
However, looking around on this side of the battle map, you're vaguely aware this continues because this crack is pushing around the earth.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, from where you're at, there are there are jagged bits of rock that come out. You don't have a clean line of sight to this, though you have a general sense of what the size of the room is.
Am I close enough to one of the elves to make that call?
Oh, you're about like 10 feet away from one of them, so you can whisper, harsh whisper at them.
I would like to get that information down on the ground.
Yes, I will allow this. Giving another 60 seconds of you just dangling, the wind itself picking up a little bit more as this elephant rocks in his cradle. Back down on the cradle. All right, guys. Has anyone here not climbed before? I can help one of you out.
I'm not
How?
great at it.
All right, here's what to do. He takes the bit of vine that. So each of you are going to be essentially rappelling down. Can I finish this one first?
Yeah.
Whoever, one of the people he can help, what he's going to do, he's going to tie that portion of the vine around his shoulder, just loop it over once on his shoulder to give advantage to one person. He can help one person with this.
I do have a rope of climbing that can be knotted and make this much easier for all of us.
I mean, yeah, I was just doing what you were saying earlier. We talked about this for the last half hour.
We always forget about it till the last minute.
Do you
What-
and Ismini want to go down that, and I'll take Adon, and you can
I would ask the text of rope of climbing.
handle it?
I just want to know because I don't know how well it can be controlled because I know it goes upwards,
Right.
generally
The
speaking.
60-foot rope, silk rope can hold 3,000 pounds. As an action, while I hold one end of it, I can animate it with command word. Then as a bonus action, I can command its other end, start and stop moving, unfasten itself, close itself, or knot/unknot itself.
Okay.
For a 50-foot length, advantage to climb.
Nice.
Okay, so it is long enough. I'm not because we don't have the full text of the because that's the
Short version.
more purple, more better short version. Here's what I'll say: you absolutely can use it, and there are two sort of ways to use it, which have pros and cons. You could use it just for yourself, or for maybe one other person, in which case you'd arrive at the same time as the people who are being helped by the elves, or you could use it for the party, but you guys are going to be arriving there. Not everyone at once. It's up to you all what you'd like to do.
I will present these options.
I will let you know based on the stealth and when you're arriving is going to determine things like surprise, and if they're not surprised, where people end up, where enemies end up on the start.
I know you can climb pretty well, Elle.
I propose what I said earlier. You two take the rope of climbing. I'll go with Adon, and then Elle can take her own rope.
Sure. I'll be fine.
I've seen you do a lot of flips.
Yes, if there
You're
are
good.
2 people on your rope, I'm gonna have you both arrive at the start of the first round. If there's more than 2, I'm gonna make you guys the next one of the people. The first 2 people arrive at the start, but the other one's gonna arrive having used their movement.
All right,
Mini
I'm
shall
going
we
with
take
Adon. I spider monkey him.
Okay, great. Yeah, Adon.
Plus
All right.
on.
I mean, I'm gonna go down really fast. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna slide down. He shows you he's got this thick leather glove on underneath the gauntleted hand. I probably burn through 1 or 2 of these gloves when I do these kind of missions, but it's fine.
How
Yeah.
do you do these kind of missions?
I want a glove like that.
I'm all the way in
Smiles?
the airs.
Hey, you guys have made working to
Do they-
Smiles a lot more fun.
Do they make you buy them in pairs?
Nah.
Good.
I actually get most of my gear commissioned.
Good.
All right. You guys
Anyways, let's
ready?
go.
All right. Well, I need the stealth checks.
I got a 16.
I already did it on 16.
16.
16.
8.
I use a bicycle.
14.
I didn't have one.
I did not kill this. Y'all have so much confidence in me.
Adon rolled a 15. His disadvantage because he's wearing half plate. That is a success, and I'm very excited to tell my heroes we're about to roll for initiative
Hell yeah.
with a surprise round. So, things to note. These enemies are surprised because of your stealth check. But what we're going to do is, based on that initiative, is going to determine some order of when certain effects are happening. I don't have a notepad here. That's fine. Where's my pen? Everyone roll for initiative.
The first.
I assume you already have this planned out. I'm assuming
You're
in the
descending?
air? Yeah.
Yes, you're descending on your turn. The people above can fully see. Your party is stealthing pretty well. They're just being quiet. You can fully see them. It's lit. You're a dangling elephant. If the Joyatiel had looked up, there'd be a problem. So if they were detected, you would have been visible, and they would have shot you before you descended. I'm just being honest.
I do not like this plan
You
at
already
all.
rolled the things and succeeded. I just
you
told you to
mock me
fail
for
it.
your
You're kind of like a
Bicycle.
target. Like,
He's a pinata.
have you ever practiced duck hunting?
Okay, Laurentius.
9. Nice.
Silas?
Sorry. 20.
Very nice. Gwynwyn.
18.
Is Meanie?
5.
Oh. Bad stealth, bad.
Life.
Spell slingers.
And
Bad.
Well,
Adon Castillo,
17.
17 on his initiative roll.
Wait, you're running it off?
Do you need a better die?
Are you jealous?
Yeah, a little.
And then Lillian.
No, I'm
11.
good. I've got a couple.
Okay.
Not great. Not great.
Gonna go over here.
I don't
got a
have rubber ducks
17.
in my die.
Right
so.
though?
So
What'd you get?
I rolled a stealth as well, super high.
He had a
Jake has
disadvantage
rubber
and got a
ducks in his
15.
die.
Well, on my end, he got a 19.
Roll a
Okay.
19.
His new one.
Perfect. Well, I got very exciting news. As you all begin descending,
roll well, though.
Silas,
Feel-
the rope drops down drops down entirely. You're suddenly full slack, descending incredibly fast, about 15 feet above the ground. You're in the crevice when they start grabbing, burning through these gloves, decelerating you as fast as possible. You land on the ground, and Silas, with that high initiative, with them aiming you, I would like to ask for you to place yourself anywhere in this section.
Oh, anywhere in this section?
Yes, so no further forward than that.
For the fourth.
And as you descend,
The lichen on the wall. Up further. The lichen up
anywhere
here.
in here.
I really don't want to. I'm trying to get behind this. So is this okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Wait, what?
Never mind.
Okay, taking a quick look. Your party's gonna be looking down and can see where they're descending, but you beat them on initiative. Silas, as you slide down here, surprised you see this guy here, clearly the leader that you saw previously, turns and looks at you, eyes going wide. He starts shouting, but like they're scrambling. Their weapons aren't drawn. So the shields are only equipped, from what you can see, on the guy with the green here, who's been walking around with it. But the two here on the far side, this guy, his shield itself is currently resting on the rock nearby, and the other one here is currently examining, looking at this strange machine creature with one of its panels have been opened and is currently digging around inside of its head.
Silas doesn't often get the surprise. Does he have his full movement?
You do have your movement.
I'm
You had a
gonna
question, Connor?
Yeah, so I see these are kind of voids.
Yeah, sorry. Voids are for the camera's purpose. There's no space to stand here.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a thick wall here.
Got it.
You could
Okay.
walk around back here and obscure vision.
I was asking if it was a hole.
Yeah, not a hole.
Okay,
Not
got
a
it.
hole, but not some room.
Walking over any of the discarded bricks from what looks to be remnants of ruins and structures here is difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, Silas doesn't often get the drop on someone. He's a giant elephant. So he is going to do what he can best. He's going to move to the unshielded Joyatiel soldier.
The captain?
Mm-hmm. And start smacking. What's up?
Set me up for advantage.
If I was here, I've got 30 movement. Is there any
5,
way?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh God. Sure.
Yes, make it so people, everyone can hear you.
Jake, help me.
As you move through, you very swiftly, because you're big but you're not slow, you quickly sidestep around this man who immediately kind of just swings one of his arms wide as you duck around him.
Yeah.
And he does not have a reaction because he's currently surprised. What would you like to do, Silas?
I'm gonna try and swing.
Swing at him twice.
Right.
Hit him.
Let's go with the first, and that is a 16 to hit.
16 is going to be a miss.
Oh, yeah.
Extra attack.
Yes, you swing at this man. You strike him in the back, hitting this metal. The metal rings out, leaving a very resonant noise, but it does not bend. Next roll.
21 to hit.
21 does hit.
That's
Okay.
good.
If it doesn't, you need to run.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I do not like that I'm in a hole with the 3 of these. Oh, yeah, I did.
We have friends.
That's 5 damage.
5 points of damage.
I'm gonna go ahead and use the Crusher feat to move him 5 feet away. He's still within range though with my weapon.
Yes, because you have reach.
Does that still count though with advantage?
Yes, because he's threatened and you're using a melee weapon.
Moving them straight.
Yeah, no,
Yep,
moving
you
him
push
straight away.
a little bit further away. You swing, striking him once, pull back, and then poke him with your hammer, knocking him backwards. 5 points of damage on the captain. All of that does work before anybody asks.
Aye.
Just, you're fine.
Which
Do
one
not
have the
make me
wires?
paranoid.
And these are all high elves. The wires? Yes, the one here is looks
One
like
with
he's
the-
currently
okay.
examining this
You're
creature.
like inspired, like some sort of police drama, like.
Yeah, no.
With that, we're
not
then going to
this
move to
is the-
Gwyn. Oh,
I'm gonna second win. I'm pretty meh.
oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's at
Did you roll a
10.
D20?
Yeah, that was a.
Plus your
Don't you roll a D20?
No,
Oh,
I'm a
second
one-
win.
Yeah, second win.
Not
I'm gonna be a D10.
action
I
surge.
My bad.
Ugh.
that's really good. That's 10 plus your
missed a
fighting
try.
level.
Yeah,
So
so-
15 healing for
Nice.
almost nothing. That's amazing.
Which I mean.
We're
I was
then
about
moving.
to
It's gonna be
say something.
Gwynwyn and then Adon. Gwynwyn.
Can I be behind the stone?
Yes. So getting behind here, I will say, is quite a bit of cover. This is like one of the best pieces of cover in this room.
Yeah. I'm gonna target the one who's looking at the machinery because I don't like that.
Sure, he's gonna have a lot of cover from this huge
Does he have
stony
cover?
arch right here.
Do you ignore cover?
There's several pieces of piled
Only
up
more
brick and
partial.
ruined stone right here. It is going to be 3/4 cover,
Right. Then
but
never mind.
he is doing something that matters, so it's a little trade-off either way.
You know what? I'm gonna try hitting him.
Okay. He does not have his shield equipped.
Ha. That's a 27 to hit.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, a 27 does hit the unshielded man,
Cool. Firebolt for 15 points of fire damage.
and that is against the red plume. 15 points of damage. I will tell you right now. No, the colors do not. The colors in their plumes do not have meaning. They're for convenience.
You say that, but
Yeah.
the color always means something. It's never just
Uh,
a yellow flower.
All right. We're then going to move to Adon's turn. Where is Adon going to appear?
Where can Adon drop?
Adon is able to drop anywhere between this guy right here and the row before Silas. So he can get into melee with either of these guys if he wants to. However, he's going to appear at the same time as Laurentius.
Cool. I'm gonna have Adon. Can I have Adon appear, get with advantage, and then move afterward?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I'll
Right.
go ahead and place Adon.
Great.
Miniature.
And a dawn.
Can I pick him
Yes.
up real fast?
Yeah,
amazing.
that's fine. And we're gonna go ahead and we'll put pictures of him on the Discord for the Adon Castillo miniature. Yeah, we just got this guy in.
I like
That's
that
amazing.
Jake judged me for freaking out
And now,
about that.
so
Hero Forge.
we haven't mentioned quite yet. When we run these sort of allies, I like to have the players get to run the mechanics. They're simplified stat blocks because that means if they happen to get a kill or a cool crit, you all get to do that.
All right, bro.
Yes, you have to talk like that now.
Stop.
You are allowed to, but I am still going to narrate for him.
Right. All right,
You're
bro.
making battle decisions.
I'm gonna attack this Joyatiel in front of me
All right.
twice with
It's worth
advantage.
Victoria does.
I'm not
Fine.
good at it.
I do need him back if you're not looking at him.
I know, but he's beautiful. Okay, he's so bald.
Yes, he's got a big beard and nothing on top.
I
Okay.
don't know why I thought he had.
It's like the new
My
Mr.
brain still puts
Mr.
blonde hair on
Clean.
him. Still put blonde hair.
First attack in melee.
Right. Yes. Are you using heavy swing?
A bonus D8.
It's bonus D8 if you do it.
So it cancels out
It'll be
flat.
flat, yes.
Right. So I'm gonna do heavy swing.
Thank you.
17 to hit on the first
A
swing.
17 unfortunately is a miss.
Was that with
Adon,
advantage?
So
Oh.
it would be advantage, but he's giving himself disadvantage.
18.
Adon does not attack twice.
Oh, he doesn't attack
He does
twice?
not attack twice.
Okay, so
This is
17
the simplified
hit.
version of the stat block. We'll
Sorry
talk
about
it
that.
in a
I just thought he was.
minute. It's okay.
Okay, cool.
He hits hard rather than many.
Then I'm gonna move over one to his right, my left, towards the DM.
Great. So that you're engaged with both people?
Yep.
Nice.
Perfect. Adon comes down, swings down his hammer, 17, not quite getting it. This guy's able to dodge out of the way just at the very last moment. That
All right,
is then
man.
going to be the Hell Knight's turn.
No.
It is these two here. This one is going to draw his sword and is going to choose to attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is going to make his swing at Adon here. Now he doesn't get advantage because currently the captain has not yet drawn his sword.
So this isn't the surprise round still?
It is
I
the
was about to
surprise
say,
round.
it's a
You were
surprise.
correct. I apologize.
I was just double checking.
No, you're good.
No, I mean we would be in trouble.
Connor,
if we
the
didn't.
opposite of the kid that's like, we had homework.
Opposite.
No.
That's the kid
That
that
is
said
entirely
our homework
the
to
important. Sorry. You're not allowed to take actions, bonus actions, movement. Draws a blade, has a reaction.
Great.
Fair enough.
Fair.
Over here, same thing. This guy's still looking through, kind of confused, sees what's going on, does not draw his blade. So the one who's still working has not currently engaged the party.
Take him out.
That is Elle's turn. Illilie.
Yeah, for 15.
Now, I did say you guys had a turn before here if you wanted to do things. Is Weapon Burst active?
Yes.
Okay, what element are you active with?
I often do cold damage when I'm trying to be non-lethal, which is why I'm doing fire in this moment.
Sending full-on commando elite, hand on the vine, flaming sword in the other hand. Where are you landing?
I'm gonna land
Same area, in the middle. So
here.
perfect. Go ahead and place yourself where you'd like. Blue-white flame igniting your blade?
Yeah. Actually, can I land here?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna move
Okay.
here to still have advantage because reach weapon. Reach.
Yes.
Yes.
Going ahead and getting on the opposite side of Silas.
I look at this Hell Knight and I'm going to say something I will not repeat in I almost said common, but it's English.
English?
Because it's not a good thing to say out loud.
You
Some inappropriate
come in
words.
here cursing
In
like a
Elvish.
sailor in Elvish.
Yeah.
You just hear a flurry of insults raining down as you Indiana Jones swing down. Nathan Drake, if we have to be more modern for that.
I kind of look over at Elle like,
Yeah, my
Oh, we
manners.
can't say that. You're right. Cut the feet. No.
My manners school is like.
And
I've never heard of
I'm gonna
use
swing my
that
sword.
word before.
Absolutely.
We don't speak English.
That's going to be a 23.
23 hits.
Do you want me to go ahead and roll the other one too?
Yes, just go ahead and roll them both. You will not one-hit KO this guy. He's taking 5 damage. There is a natty 1 in there.
There is an at one.
There is a nat 1, but there's also a 22.
22 also hits. Go ahead and roll all that damage together. Connor, you're next, by the way.
cool.
You have a Dawn.
You can get it.
I'm so excited to have the Dawn
have a stick.
miniature.
Yes, and Adon won't always be with you, but he is an
I got
ally
it.
that you're able to bring with you if you'd like
Sword.
to. It's appropriate. Victoria will have the actual stat block later. This is a simplified one because of the printer. We had printer trouble right before the session.
You don't need anything separate, right?
No, they are not resistant to magic,
Plus 8.
or they're not resistant to damage. Excuse me. Not great.
15.
15 points of damage. You come down cursing, spitting, fury. Okay, swinging for 15 damage. You start striking, not quite breaking a sweat yet. Begin striking through. He's having to dodge, expend stamina as he's getting through here. That damage is working mechanically, but
Yeah.
essentially haven't quite drawn blood yet.
And then before the end of my turn, I want to look at this,
Yeah.
at the automaton, and can I see if I recall like an old war story?
This is give me a history check to know what is this thing they're
Yeah.
working on. That's fine.
I was trying really hard not to ask for a history check.
Yeah.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
on in the future. It's not always bad to ask for checks. This is a reasonable thing.
Yeah, 18.
An 18. You would know that towards the end of the war, that these guys had birthed, not created, essentially, these massive creatures known as Warforged Titans. Not created for like more lowly machines where they're clockwork and such. These were made by a magical forge that birthed these horrifying creatures. What's interesting that I will tell you, because that's actually a very good roll here, they were, as far as you know, people. You've met Warforged. They're very rare, where they're metallic, bioorganic creatures. This was them turned into machines of war. This is a person.
He's looting through someone's brain.
I also asked a DM question many months ago that's relevant now.
Oh, you asked some really good questions, Jake.
No!
Anything else on your turn?
No, that's it.
Great. We're gonna move on. It's Laurentius' turn. Is Mina, you're the next player to go.
I'm scared.
All right, I'm gonna move in here, get some advantage.
Yeah?
So I have a question.
Please.
I know because of the hex blade, I can use charisma.
It's on attack rolls and damage rolls.
It is on damage rolls.
Yes, it should be
Okay.
actually reflected on your sheet. Does it say charisma on this column?
It says charisma. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll actually already is effective.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I just want to double check. All right. I'll whip out my scimitar. Handle's usually facing forward. I'll flip it around. I'll take a swing at him.
Ooh, drawing your blade, no longer decorative, swinging, and are you attacking normally or are you using your cantrip?
I'm using a booming blade.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Does 16 hit?
16 is actually a miss.
I will.
Yes.
Do you want to use one of your bonus actions?
I'll quicken spell. Booming blade again.
Oh, that does work. Amazing.
Natural 20.
Incredible. Get
First
the crit.
day.
The first strike, as you hit him, you hear a series of elven words as the shimmering field starts surrounding you. Whispers of the weave as the spell dissipates.
Yeah.
The second one, not quite quick enough.
Do you need the damage separate?
No, they're not. I'll tell you this: they have no damage resistance.
Great.
Cool.
So it's 15 total.
15 more points of damage, and this is to
The one with the
Green.
dog.
Thank you so much. As you strike this one, this is the guy with the shield. You knock him back, and a shimmering field of thunder surrounds him. Of thunder damage, but the shimmering field of just the air itself vibrating rapidly. And he's sort of trapped there. Anything else in your turn?
That's it.
That it would then be the captain's turn. He looks at all of you, shouting out, "You dare disturb this place?" Victoria just... We're gonna get you a wand.
I'm gonna need one because I keep doing this with the same pen. I'm like,
Drawing out this immaculate blade, he readies himself, spinning it once to the side. He's still surprised, so I can't do anything mechanically.
but he's looking real cool doing nothing.
He's got a very nice sword.
Do you know how much?
Is Meanie Callister.
And he's gonna drop down next to Gwynwyn
Hi.
and fire 3 magic missiles at the guy operating on the robot brain.
Nice.
Good plan.
And be 3 times 3, 9 points of damage on robot brain man.
You watch as these beads of force begin flying outwards at this man, descending towards him, and as the magic missile strikes his armor, they dissipate.
You're not gonna
no.
do this to me right now.
They use a reaction, right?
That's
No.
not a reaction.
No, this is an ability of their armor.
So the
Almost
force
like
damage
roach.
doesn't do diddly.
It's not force
Doodah?
damage.
They're not resistant to force damage. It's not quite as good as a brooch of shielding.
I was gonna ask.
They are immune to magic.
Dick.
missile. Yes, their
gonna
armor
blame
has
Jake.
the shielded enchantment.
Why?
I'm
Why is this-
really unhappy.
All your fault.
Mr. Force.
Hey, Squawk, go help Silas against Leaderman.
Great.
Thanks, Boo
Him?
Bear.
Wait, which one?
The guy you're hitting right now.
I already have advantage, but yeah.
Okay.
Nobody doesn't.
Not
oh wait,
this one.
go help Gwynwyn against the guy operating on the brains.
Yes.
Let's see if I can get a nat 20.
So whoever's attacking this one next is going to gain advantage. Very important because it's currently in a very difficult position.
Yeah.
Silas, you're next because we're going to the start of round 2.
I'm so
when
mad.
you're the player after that. Silas, you've descended. You've airdropped here. You got your legs are no longer shaking, perhaps.
If you don't mind me asking, how much will your sword sell for? I need to know when I take it to market.
Nice.
You all hear him. Then just be
One spell slot.
filthy freak.
Can you say that as you're about to find yourself lying on the ground?
I love.
Can
this.
I translate to Elvish just to like reiterate
Oh, we
it?
called him a freak in common.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
but I'm gonna translate as if there's like saying it in like a. I think you didn't understand that.
I think a real slow. There's a very shitty look you get from that one.
man.
Silas, it's your turn. He does not have his shield out because it takes an action for him to do it.
Advantage because
Yes. And before rolling damage, just go ahead and roll both attacks if you're not splitting them.
okay, before damage. First one is a 21.
21 hits.
Oof. The next one's only a 15.
15 is a miss. He's able to parry that other one out of the way. I'm sorry. What was the first one? Was it 21?
21. I'm gonna have
Idle Battalion,
2
I did
more
that.
attacks here though.
That's fine. Great. Give me more attacks.
Action surge.
Action surging out. For
Oh,
actions.
so close. 25.
25 is a hit.
19.
I'm gonna use parry. He's gonna actually use his reaction. You watch as he spins his blade one more time, deflecting that last hit. So it's 2 hits.
2 hits.
Go ahead and roll that damage, and it's gonna be Gwynwyn. Gwynwyn, what are you trying to do?
I'm firebolting the guy messing around in the robot brain
Absolutely.
because that's bad.
You have
That's a
advantage on this
person.
roll, but it does have quite a bit of cover unless you're moving out of cover.
17 damage there.
17 damage.
It's only 21 to hit.
Only a 21 to hit.
A 21 is unfortunately going to be a miss with 3/4 cover.
I think that's our 3rd miss all campaign, maybe 4th.
Gwynwyn's real accurate.
Okay. Anything else, Gwynwyn?
No, I don't have anything else for now.
All right. Who do you guys want me to attack?
All right, bro. I'm
Mac.
gonna attack.
Hella. You want to play like where someone else is behind the screen and I'm this guy?
I'm gonna
and you're
leave.
someone else. Okay.
All right,
Victoria,
bros.
what's
I'm
the
gonna
dog
attack
doing?
the guy right in front of me that Thorn's across from.
Let's go.
Yes. So swinging and supporting Thorn, attacking. He's actually looking at it. The green guy is more hurt than the captain is proportionally.
I don't want to keep saying that I want to use heavy swing, but I'm really
Go
tempted.
for it.
I'm gonna use heavy swing against our
This
guy.
is his deal. Adon, for those of you who are curious, because you'll eventually, all of you have an opportunity, can get disadvantage to roll an additional die in his attacks.
22.
22 points of damage, or 22 to hit.
22 to hit.
22 to hit is going to actually be a hit. We're good.
Oh, okay. 8, 9, 10 plus 4. 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
14 points of bludgeoning
I rolled
damage.
2 1.
That's an actual
Same.
significant amount of damage to this guy as you strike down on this Joyatiel Hellmite. I think it's going to be it for Adon.
That's my turn.
It is then going to be the Hellknight's turn.
Bro.
Bro.
I'm going to start with the green Hellknight over here. Going to use his first attack. Going to use his Elven Longblade. You watch he takes his slightly curved weapon. It's somewhere between a greatsword and a longsword. So it's definitely like a hand and a half for sure.
Expensive looking.
Relatively, if you
It's a
want to get
great
into that
short
sort of
sword.
memorabilia.
Elven curve blade, bro.
Yes. You,
I don't know what they got me.
all right, going ahead, and I'm going to swing.
It's a great short sword.
I
Oh,
will
thought
swing
it was
at.
curve blade.
You've hit me the hardest, so I'm actually going to swing at Laurentius for my first swing. That is going to be a natural 20.
Natural 20? Okay.
Okay.
You know, Connor?
Do you have cutting word?
I don't have enough D4s.
That's my cutting word.
I'm not a bard.
It's an
Cutting
insult to
words.
look to Victoria.
Where are the cutting words?
This is gonna hit me. Can you stop?
Do I not have?
I'm usually like,
I don't have enough D4s in this box.
hey, I got D4s.
How many do you
How many do you want?
Just needed one more.
I feel real
I
guilty.
you stole some of mine.
Not being a bard.
Maybe a Constitution saving throw.
I also feel guilty.
Okay.
I feel
Pretty sure it's
so bad.
plus 7, yeah. 21?
21's a pass. You're going to ignore it. So you're going to take 7. You're going to take 11 points of slashing damage.
He takes 10 points of cold damage.
Armor.
Nice.
Armor back.
Did you recast it?
He did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, right before we went in.
Perfect. 11 points of cold damage to him, and he is bloodied. He strikes you as this green shards of ice burst outwards. Having taken that hit, I'm gonna have him.
Now give him the raspberry.
Universal.
We're starting to see how they
He's gonna
lost
move.
the war.
Provoking.
He's gonna provoke from Adon and L.
Adon's gonna use reaction.
Yep.
He does not have advantage, right? He was
Correct.
out of advantage.
Where he's moving,
Yeah, it's out of
provoked here,
advantage.
he would have advantage. No, so Adon would have advantage. L would not because of where the spaces are.
Does Thorn not? Does it not provoke
He,
Thorn?
he's
No,
still
he's still
within
in range
my
of Thorn,
yeah.
Close to you.
Unfortunate.
22.
22 is going to be a hit.
Math 20.
Math 20 is exactly their armor class with the shield.
Wouldn't it just be 1?
No, he's 2d8 base.
Oh.
8 base.
He only attacks
Right.
once, but he hits hard.
Dang.
Yeah.
It also makes him easier. We'll talk about it later.
I want to see that card.
Footnote?
15. That's back.
15? 15
need
points
it.
of damage. This is on the green.
14 from Adon.
And 14. 1 sec. Let me do some math. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Can Adon
60,
please gulf swing at him?
60. He's taken 69 points of damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
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 And he is on death's door.
He's good, right?
Yeah.
We should get
He's
more
not an idiot.
He's very balanced.
Yeah.
Wait, what's his
Real
int
good.
score?
12.
12.
He's
not
smarter than you?
Everything's smarter than
Adon's educated.
No, he's more of a sweet
You're not
spot
educated?
melee weapon of the golf.
As
Why is
he
that surprising?
as he moves around, seeing you just firing these lobs, I am going to make my second attack over at you.
Ooh, chat had a good point. Where are the elven archers?
The Elven Archers didn't act during the surprise round because they were descending with you. They
Okay.
acted initiative 1. But chat, very good.
Thank you.
No. I actually really like that. You guys have to keep me honest because sometimes I'll make mistakes. But
You know
this
who you
one,
are.
this one I have them.
It's
Oh, very good. ECAT, one of our favorites. That is going to be a 21 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know Gridwin was allowed to.
Hey, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Dwarves are bad at cons. eh?
This is with advantage because it's versus poison.
Oh. Then help me, a 13.
13, unfortunately, is going to be a fail. So I'm going to roll.
When you
You
say
know-
unfortunately,
I will tell you this. You can only make the save once a day. So this is the last time for both of you. So it's going to be 7 points of poison
Okay.
and 6 points of slashing.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Are you resistant to poison, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Resistant as well? Alchemist.
I believe. No, I thought
Dwarf.
dwarves. It'll be in the top left corner of that.
Dwarf. I was a dwarf. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm resistant to poison.
Yeah, I thought
How
you have
often do you
advantage and you're resistant, so that's
Apart from
not a
damage
huge
trying.
worry for you.
Every
That is
5
his turn. This guy over here, Silas. You watch. He's going to spend his action. He's not drawing his shield. Begins continuing rooting through what's going on here. I'll make a real quick check.
Knock that fucker out.
I need to know if anybody has any
tried.
bicycles that they wanted to spend on this roll. You don't have to.
give a disadvantage though.
Have
I use-
bicycles.
Wait, would a check matter if he dies?
Kill him first.
I can't kill him.
That is one success.
I'm gonna
Oh, you didn't
bite
give me time.
him.
You good?
I
You
was
want,
trying
you
to
want to give
figure
me
it
one?
out.
You a disadvantage.
Okay. It's a 19 on the die on this one. And a 7 on the die. That is a failure.
Okay.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
Spending when it matters.
Yeah, like when I gave you.
You see, for a moment, he hit something, and you watch as one of the limbs, this massive maul, probably the size of Gwynwyn, the actual hammerhead, moves up and shatters one of the walls on the side, and then it goes still one more time. So like he was very close to something and then failed.
Oh, would you mind if I leave him alone?
His arm is much bigger than Silas. Like his full arm is larger than Silas.
Yeah, Elle, would you mind if I leave the big one alone? You go after the.
That was the Hell Knights. That is the L Knight turn. Elle, it's your turn.
I think it's Lady and I.
Oh, shut up, Alex.
What did you say to me? Jake.
I'm probably not gonna pay attention to him after this round. Are you okay?
This one?
Him in between us.
Oh, I'll kill him.
Do it now.
Kill him.
Kill him now.
Did you have to battle girl?
I'm going to. I only have one of these left.
One of what? A spell slot?
My thing. thing.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
How hurt does this guy look?
The captain?
The guy in front of me.
Yes.
Is that the captain?
Yes, the captain or leader is in
Oh,
the
okay.
center here.
Sorry, I don't know why I
he's-
thought he was the leader.
No. So these two guys here are, I'll just tell you, are just the basic Hell Knight.
Regular.
This one here is a Hell Knight leader.
Oh, okay. Then I have no qualms about doing the thing.
Yes, these are not Joyatiel soldiers.
I'm going to bonus action imbue a spell into my sword. And I'm going to do a second level inflict wounds.
Okay. So you all would see that Elilie begins. The weapon has got this blue-white flame. Now underneath the blade itself begins getting very dim, almost absorbing light nearby. I don't like this. You have advantage on this roll, don't you?
I got a natural 20.
I was absolutely
Yes.
gonna parry whatever happened here. I was gonna use my parry, but it's a natty 20, so no.
Okay. Let me. Do you want me to roll the other one as well? Or.
You will not kill him with that hit, I don't think. You want to swing the second time?
Yeah, let me go ahead and swing.
Bang.
Do it again.
I also like the flavor sometimes when you roll them together of considering it a very strong.
Is that a nat one?
There was
There's
a
a
nat
nat
one.
one, and that's a
Sweet.
miss because it's going to be a 12 in total.
12 super misses.
Wait, 3 rolls and 12 is the highest.
Yeah.
So a
Ouch.
series of swings, parrying a bunch of them before you finally find a chink in his armor, getting a small bit of old damage on the side where you see that this armor is not perfect. It's been damaged, it's battle worn.
Double this.
I need that.
This is a lot of dice.
I know, right?
Double this. Do I double the spell as well?
Yeah. You were double everything except for the +4 or +5 you have on your weapon itself.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that
Sorry.
math is going. No, you're fine. Well, that math is happening.
Wait.
Ooh, that's some pretty.
Oh, so pretty dice.
You want to put it under the mini cam so people can really
Wait.
see?
That-
No, I do not like that.
Look at all of those.
Yeah.
It took too long to take the dodge edge.
Please
Can
give
I
a.
remove a bicycle?
No.
I
Go ahead and
give
roll
him a
those dice for me.
I know that feeling's like smite is so good.
So 10s?
Yeah, basically the arcane. Mage has a lot of similarities with the paladin, but it's the arcane.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Instead of holy.
Worse healing, worse durability. We'll have some more mobility, and there
Maybe
are
utility?
sometimes there. Yeah, definitely utility.
Utility for sure. Yeah.
But the actual average damage ends up being very close.
Yeah. And the class I chose had the best spell list available for.
Oh, Kevril was incredible, and I'd love to see him in a one-shot sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to take up the mantle again.
Can we just have a moment of like people supporting each other?
Yeah.
Because math is hard.
Math
Hey,
is
Alex, you want to get a
Honestly,
screenshot of that?
Didn't she take the dodge action? Once again, like 10
Wow,
minutes
that is a
later.
very fun and unique joke, and I really appreciate it. You know what?
It's not.
How many bicycles do you want?
I don't think we're close enough.
At least one. If I take one, I'll be happy.
Can I ask for a favor? We're at 67. Can we round it up to 69 just for fun?
You did 67 points of
I
damage.
counted as
You
well.
rolled really
We
well.
did
it
the math
sounds like.
all together.
That must have been a really high on most of those dice. Fives
what?
or above on most of them.
I only rolled one like 10 on the
But
die.
fives and above on
8s
most.
from
Yeah.
where I'm sitting.
What?
I see 2 8s from where I'm sitting.
1
12,
second.
34,
You
15,
can see
16,
that far
17, 18,
away?
19, 20.
If you want to check my
21,
math, you
Yeah.
can come over here.
31,
I don't wear glasses.
40.
So
sorry.
happy right now.
8.
You did 67/69 points of damage.
Yes. Yeah.
So, L,
Explode him.
you come in here ready to fight, blade ignited, inflicting wounds, siphoning the very life force out of this man. What comes out of your mouth, and what do you actually do to him? 'Cause he's reduced to 0.
I say goodbye. I hope you see nothing on the other side. And I like to think that he sort of poofs into ash.
Yeah, he does something like that.
Do you care about damaging the armor at all?
No.
Your blade
No hesitation.
splinters. The armor glows red hot for a brief moment as it pierces through his chest. Due to the inflict wounds as well as some enchantments on the armor itself, you watch as his skin grows wrinkled, his cheeks recess, and like he looks like decrepit as he falls to the ground, dead. No name, no valor, dead.
I double checked on the calculator and we were right. That was
Nice.
the most insane roll I've seen.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, like we're a level
High level
5
L is gonna be fun.
character.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
I'm-
yeah.
I'm gonna move. I still have movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
This is difficult terrain.
Yeah, that's why I did
Oh,
that.
perfect.
35.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
30.
can't see the battlefield
I
actually.
can only get 35 here.
Okay.
I give you help. It's okay.
Yes, there's help on the first attack against this one, but
thought I already-
that was
and
your
I-
2 attacks.
She did.
And I look
I'm gonna go.
at the guy
Right.
and I say, put your hand on the robot again and I'm gonna do the same thing to you.
Oh.
I'm gonna ask for an intimidation check. And I'm actually gonna aid this as the fact that I'm gonna. Stylus, is it fair for me to say
dice.
you're charging him right now?
I mean, this guy's dead and he's within my reach. I'm not charging him. I'm about to beat his ass.
I'm just gonna put this over there.
I ain't
A
gonna kill
normal-
him.
A
but-
normal die
Just a
roll.
flat intimidation. I was for your word.
That's not fun.
My sheet is different than
I know.
yours.
No, but it's good.
I know.
I know. And I know that
Oh,
it's
hey,
at the bottom.
all right.
Sorry.
What's your result?
A 16.
I'm used to looking for intimidation, so I.
I'm used to the other sheet.
Yeah.
So,
L's she's broken.
No surrender against traitors.
so you're going to surrender then.
This man looks at you and is going as fast as he can working on this machine.
I'm gonna bite him. Also, I do actually like this sheet because they're broken up by what base stat they are.
I just have
Oh,
4
okay.
years experience with the other
Right,
sheet, and
right,
so like
right.
my brain's like
Right.
I have to
Alright.
scan for alphabetical
L,
order.
that was your turn. Laurentius, you're next. Is meaning you're on deck.
I'm waiting.
Figure out these.
Oh, I'm gonna scribble at the captain.
So it's me?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm assuming that Gwynwyn doesn't have a weapon to provoke.
Not
No.
at all.
That's okay.
Gwynwyn
The
is-
green one is exceptionally hurt as a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
Only this guy is doing relatively well.
Kick him in the booty.
He has very bad improvised attack.
Okay.
I'll swing.
You bring your scimitar down. I'm just asking. In general, are you using your booming blade every time you're?
Yeah.
Connor, I made a mistake, and you didn't catch me on this. Would you like to roll your extra booming blade damage because the green guy moved?
Oh, he moved. You're right.
He moved. I feel less bad because Connor didn't remember. We'll get you a ring
Totally
for
forgot about
when you
that.
booming blade. We'll get you a booming blade ring.
So
Question.
that's 9.
9 more points of damage does not kill him, so it doesn't
Cool.
change the narrative.
21 to hit.
I'm gonna use parry to
Okay.
block that. That's my reaction. I have no reaction now.
What color do you like?
He's always green, right?
We'll worry about that in just a minute.
Oh, I mean, we've got so many extra rings.
But if he moves, he's dead. Oh no!
I'm in trouble.
It's Meanie, that's your turn unless you have a bonus action.
No. No, I don't. Yeah.
You can see him, but he has huge amounts of cover.
No, yeah.
I'm gonna move forward to get as close to him as I can.
5, 10, 15. Oh, wait, this guy?
No.
The far one.
Far one.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah, I
Backed
want
up.
cover.
Yep, you got Silas here. protecting a
Great.
little bit.
I'm
Silas
gonna
is
send
covered.
Squawk up over there to give me the help action.
I
For
love
my
making
bonus
that sound.
action, I cast Hex at 3rd level,
Nice.
At third
You're putting a 3rd level hex on him?
which means it lasts for 8 hours.
Okay, you're in case I run away.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then as my action, I'm going
level?
to
Wait, what are you hexing with stat?
strength.
Okay.
You exist. And then as my action, I'm going to cast Chill Touch with advantage because of Squawk.
Okay. Give me that attack roll.
Like 25, 26, 26.
Why is my brain not working? We gotta go 10 or 11.
What do you mean?
The show we're on.
Oh,
We go to 10:30 to
11.
11.
10 to
Yeah,
11.
10
10 to
right.
11.
That's what I thought. I was like, wait a second. We can't.
We have
get
an
the end.
hour.
We have an hour. We're exactly what I expected.
didn't understand.
Okay,
the question.
cool.
No, I
My
did
bad.
I give
27 to hit.
27 hits.
Okay, cool. Is a D8 extra because of Hex. A D6,
D6.
extra. D6 extra because of Hex. Plus 2D8 because of Chill Touch.
Yes.
2, 1, 2, 3, 8, 9.
You grasp onto his hand as he's currently working around in this Warforged Titan innards.
13 points of necrotic
13
damage.
points of necrotic damage on the red one. He's hurt but not bloodied.
And then I just hiss at him.
In Abyssal.
It's Valley Girl Abyssal. It's not as threatening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we're going to the top of the round. Silas.
Wait. Archers.
It is the archers.
It's Archers. Thank you again for chat.
Thanks,
And
chat.
Amanda,
And Amanda.
Yeah.
who's like
So
pounding
excited.
all
I'm
the
so
air
sorry.
support.
What? Yeah, aerial support. And
Well-
remember that Lucas has the braciers of archery.
Focus
Oh.
the red boy.
I have that all integrated because Lucas is the one who's we're using his stats for this. And what's great, it's not making an attack roll. What he's doing is he's actually prompting a dexterity saving throw. I wanted to offer it to you guys,
Well,
but you don't.
he
I don't
doesn't have
like
it right
giving you a die roll that you want to roll low.
Yeah, that's
Fair.
weird.
Now, as a quick reminder to my players, they have a feature that's very interesting here.
No, don't you dare.
No,
Oh,
no,
they
no,
have
no.
for years. I feel no guilt.
Does that require their reaction?
No, it doesn't, but they failed. You watch as a hail of arrows, 4 or 5 of them, begin descending. He doesn't realize the first wave is coming in. It's the first time it's happened. And as they begin striking... Amanda? Mm-hmm. You reminded me for this. So for this round, would you roll me 4d6
Do you want some?
and
D6?
add
I
6?
have 46.
Roll
No,
again.
I have these, sir.
We're all willing to offer.
We're all like, here's some dice.
9, 11. I had what?
6. So 17 points of damage. Thank you, Amanda.
Great damage.
It's more than I can.
He is bloodied, just so everyone is aware.
Nice.
Silas, then Gwynwyn.
Which one?
The red
Which
one.
one?
The only
Red one.
The
one
red
we
one,
care
my
the most
apologies.
about.
They're
The other
both bloodied.
Okay.
This one's on death's door on this side. So
Because-
Gwynwyn, you're pretty safe.
But he's
Good.
doing the whole like robot
Yes,
brain.
I will tell you this. If I roll a natural 20 on that check, bad things happen.
I'm so excited for bad things
Oh
to
yeah,
happen.
bad things
Don't
will
worry.
happen.
Bad things are not going to happen.
Gwynwyn is or Silas, it is your turn. What would you like to do, my friend?
You hex his strength, is that disadvantage?
Yes.
It is disadvantage if
Disadvantage
you
on
contest
strength
you.
check.
I'm going to move to where I am, next to him,
Sorry,
and
sorry.
use one of my attacks to try and do a grapple check.
All right, you reach your trunk out, try to grab this man. He's got actually pretty good at athletics. That is a natural 20 and a 4.
Nice.
I only got a 9, so that's 15 on my roll.
That is for athletics.
Yeah.
That is a 12 for me.
He's grappled.
He's grappled. They have a very good bonus to this, but they rolled a 4.
Using the rest of my movement, I'm going to yank him away from the robot.
Use 5. So I'm gonna go ahead and move you 2 squares back, and move him fully out of contact with this massive titan.
Nice.
He is bound. You still have your you can use your second attack if you'd like.
Just want to squeeze him a little bit harder.
Do you want to make an unarmed strike? You're allowed to.
No, I actually would, unironically, like to just squeeze him. I'm not going to hit him with a hammer.
Okay. Roll with your hammers to hit because it's not magic. So just make your attack roll.
Oh, that's a 7 out of 1. I thought I was.
You
out
begin
for a
trying to
second.
crush this man using your shield, your trunk, whatever you're doing here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, a man in full plate is a little bit beyond your current capabilities.
Oh, yeah.
But it's uncomfortable. Like, he's pretty darn pinned. He's just shy of the restrained condition. We're going to move to Gwynwyn. There's someone very close to you.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him. Is the armor 60 feet from me? I can't
Yeah.
count.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm making a flaming spear right at the head, so that way no one can interact with it.
Nice.
I need you to roll damage.
Wait, this is kind of a person.
That's 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Thank you.
After
A
taking.
massive flaming sphere appears directly on top of the faceplate of this Warforged Titan. You just hear sizzling sounds from within its construct.
Does it react at all?
Does not move.
Okay.
I don't like that.
I don't like that
I
either.
don't like that either, but I don't
Okay
want
with
him being able
It
to
is
go
then
back
going to be
into it.
Adon's turn. Victoria is not currently present, which is absolutely
I
fine.
misread.
So, Adon, who is Adon going to attack Connor?
Oh, did you just ask for the fighter? Like, there's
It's
not
his
left the thing
birthday.
next to you?
Yeah.
Tomorrow? When was my birthday?
I'm assuming he can't get through there.
He can
Oh,
just
a
move it,
month
stand
or
on top of
a
this
two-
and
Oh,
stand down.
months ago.
perfect. Yeah, we'll do that.
Oh, my phone.
And you can use. Sorry for that being messy. It was originally going to be for me, and I was like, I'll just give it to Victoria.
It's all good. Really close.
Do you want to? Do you want to? He has a melee and a ranged version of his attack. The range is more damage, but he has to go pick up his hammer afterwards.
No, we'll just
Okay.
do the melee.
Cool. I let Connor run this because
Yeah.
just keep the combat moving.
He also
I don't think that
looks like
hits. 13?
13
yeah,
is
no,
going to be a
it's like
miss.
a
Okay,
fighter.
and he has one swing, right?
He only has one
Only
swing
one swing.
with the simplified stat block.
My
Cool.
apologies, my friends.
There is a big fire spear right at
You
the
add the head. Yeah.
Yep.
She knew what was
10
coming.
foot sphere, I believe. Is that correct?
5 foot.
Oh, it's a 5 foot. Still, that is a 5 foot sphere.
You can't put the. It's in the
5 foot
square, so
radius,
you can't
right?
put your hand in the square.
Oh wait, it's a
That
5
one.
foot. If it's a 5 foot sphere, it's 10 feet wide.
5 foot radius, right?
Right.
For a flaming
So
spear?
spheres are always measured in radii in 5th
Yeah,
edition,
5 foot
and
radius.
squares are measured by edge length.
Page into NGO.
Yeah, that was the idea, is that no one can stick their hand in
Right.
anymore and
Yeah.
mess with him.
Thank you, Goma.
Yes, to do so
You're the best.
would be blinded, so they'd get disadvantage because they could not see their own hands. It would just be fire, and it would hurt them a lot. So
Yeah.
you're absolutely, it's a very good play.
Nice.
And I was going to wait for this. Pass this to Amanda.
Yay!
We're going to then move
Nice.
on. Adon, unfortunately, getting a miss there. It is the regular old Hell Knight's turn. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do this. Seeing what's going on, this guy here is quite surrounded, looking around. What can he do? What can he do? There's
Ball
a
grapple?
huge sphere.
It's grappled.
Right. Looking around, what can he do? What can he do? He doesn't have this. So, grapple doesn't affect his ability to do most actions. It's just attacking. He could try to break free of the grapple,
You
but
could.
he's also pretty aware that he's dead.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Just burn.
Tis his fate. They lost the war.
We'll die.
Not. Okay. He's gonna drop his sword and pull out his hand crossbow. Take a shot at Ililia.
Doesn't he have disadvantage?
Ililia is not in melee.
What about me? Do I not give disadvantage to him?
So. I always have to double check this one. This is one. 'cause
I'm
we
near
had-
I think
positive.
it's within 5 feet.
He's
anyone.
contesting you. It's not about shooting someone who's in melee. It's about if you have someone in melee. Yes, I am going to take the disadvantage.
Okay.
I can only make one attack with a ranged weapon. His multi attack is for 2 melee attacks. I don't think that's going to hit.
You're welcome.
Oh, never mind. 19.
You're not welcome.
Can you make me a Constitution saving throw? By the way, the DC was 14, Amanda.
Is it too late to shield?
No, you can shield.
Can I shield?
You pull up a shield, and this bolt shatters against the shield, and you avoid a decent bit of damage.
It's actually exactly how shield works.
Yeah, you get to know if it hits or not.
Yeah.
Or
You know if it hits, but not the number.
Sometimes it
Yeah.
defaults
Yes.
to
Yeah.
important.
okay. That Hell Knight does that. Unfortunately, not able to take his last shot against who he considers to be a traitor to the Elven people. And I think you feel similarly.
Yeah.
Hey, it's mutual. This one here is in a rough spot, and is going to go ahead and swing down on. I'm just gonna roll for this.
Offensive.
I tried.
Well, your middle finger worked.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go ahead and make my 2 attacks with my Elven Longblade against you. These don't have advantage. These don't have disadvantage. So I'm just gonna swing them together, roll them together. Natural 20 and a
That's the second act.
21.
Got on me.
You don't have to make any of the fun saves, unfortunately.
Cool.
Where are my D4s? There are my D4s.
Do you need more?
No.
Are you about to
Okay.
die?
At least 2 nails.
I rolled 3 1s on those 4 D4s.
Nice.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, and then 2 more. $19 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, shoot.
So glad.
That's both of the hits added together.
That's still a lot.
That is going to be his turn. It is L's turn, then Thorn's turn.
Is
Can I
Mimi's turn or
No,
El's?
L's turn. I just pointed incorrectly because I was reading
Okay.
my
I guess
apologies.
Thank
I
you.
can't move here, right?
You
It's
can.
I just there's fire.
So you can, but you'll take fire damage and be blinded. Because you're inside of a ball of fire.
Yeah.
You can move here and hit them though.
You have to make a dex
You're not a
save, and
warcaster,
then-
are you?
I'm a warcaster.
Nice. I'm gonna move there.
I don't have like.
She's not threatening
I don't
this
have
person.
threatening,
That's
but if
what you're
he
asking.
ran away.
Oh.
No, it's the reverse. She
Right.
can get the benefit. That's what because she paid the feat.
Yeah. It's that if he runs
But
away.
also, you can just swing without advantage. This
I
is what.
know this. I just like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Especially when you got Elven actors.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it look like he's about to die?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, before he goes, I would like to ask just a simple.
No one has said anything about non-lethal.
Oh no, I
Yeah,
just
don't
have a
leave
quick
him.
question for him. Actually, your friend wasn't too helpful, and unfortunately now he can't talk again. So, how much can we sell this for?
Silas is such a spicy character. I very much love him.
I can't.
I will
move
never
through,
kill anyone. but
enemy
I'm
space,
gonna
right?
take
Correct.
vicious mockery as a cantrip
Okay.
one day.
I don't have a way then to get to.
You have to. No, you have to like. There's not a really good place for you to move.
Yeah, I can get almost to that guy, but
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah. 1 square off.
okay.
Swinging at this guy.
A 24.
24 hits.
Nice.
Should I roll both or
Yeah, if you want to.
23?
That also hits. Roll that damage.
Okay, let's see. D8.
Bitter Fury.
D8.
L slicing through. L, are you fighting visibly different in this fight?
I'm not holding back at all.
Her hair is ruffled. Her hair is horribly messed up.
Yeah.
Not
Fury-
just from the fire.
There's a
that the
small
smell?
streak of blood along one cheek where she stabbed the captain. A burst out.
26.
Nice.
You stab your sword into this man's belly, pulling it back, and a second Joyatiel falls.
Oh wait, did
As-
he die in my arms?
As he falls,
in your trunk.
Oh, I do
tonight.
not like that. Dropping it.
Now you
It's
can move
something to
5,
say.
10, 15, 20,
Yeah.
25, 30 if you want to get there. You want to charge the other one?
yeah. As he falls, I'm going to repeat the phrase from earlier that I will not actually say out loud. Good last thing for someone to
Total
hear.
jerkwads!
Yeah, that's what I
That's not
definitely
it.
said.
It's exactly.
We're not even allowed to post that on the Discord, what you're saying to these guys. All right, we're gonna then move to Thorn, and then is Meanie.
I'll take my swing.
All right, these guys he's looking very hurt, so it's very likely this is the end of the round here. 2 Joyatiel are down.
18, I'm assuming, doesn't hit.
An 18, this is against the one with the shield, is unfortunately a miss.
It's fine.
Can you remind me, Booming Blade, is it when they
cantrip.
willingly move? Or when they remove?
I would ask Connor to pull up.
Willingly.
It's almost certainly that, but we'll double check. Connor,
I
can
was
you pull up
just
the exact spell text for me?
Yeah.
Most of
It's,
the level
it's
spells
not
are
one I
willing.
push.
I would think so.
Most low
It's
level.
dissonant whispers.
Honestly,
They're
most spells
shells
that
with-
cause
Most spells are that, but I do want you to check the text for me.
Yeah.
I
need.
We would then go to Ismini.
Bonus action, move my hex over to the
Please,
guy who's
thank you.
still
Oh, I was
alive.
kidding. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Move Squawk over for advantage. Attack
mine?
with
She'll
I have
Okay.
one too. I just don't know which one.
Rolling that attack with advantage.
I never brought a touch.
23.
Roll the
As well, I
damage.
just don't know which one's which.
He's gonna use his parry and still get. Oh, it's a melee attack. So it's not a melee attack. So it doesn't matter.
20 necrotic damage.
The two Chalcedonians, each fury, wrath, revenge in these moments. As the last Joyatiel falls, energy siphoned away by this necrotic hand, things fall still. A few seconds pass of calmness, and are they all gone?
All dead.
Their bodies are still physically present, if that's what you're asking.
I kicked the guy in front of me.
Women will dismiss the fire.
I'm gonna say a
Not
prayer.
Jared.
Can you roll me real quick one more thing of damage, since just for my benefit?
9 points of damage.
No damage. I was just curious. Okay.
The DM is never just curious.
I'm often curious.
Just.
I do not pray for them.
Silas is still gonna say.
I mean, where do you go when your god
They're
is dead?
evil.
Yeah. It says specifically if
If
the
they
target
were born-
willingly moves
Thank you.
5 feet or more, they take the extra damage.
Perfect. So it follows them, and it is in their shape, and when they do this, effectively.
Yeah.
Can Gwynman go inspect the strange
We're out
robot?
of combat, Alex.
That's probably how.
It's not combat music.
Oh, I know the screen.
I'm gonna go collect their swords.
Okay.
I'm gonna sell them.
Taking a few steps, you pick up as you're walking down here. You guys can hear the elves that are up there are climbing down the trees and such. They're not going to descend in here. They're just waiting for you out in the clearing to avoid walking unnecessarily through the battlefield that's here. No.
Okay.
Well, I'm-
You're looking through here. The two regular guys had these very. You're not terribly familiar. You're as a fully trained fighter, taking a couple of lessons back in Anton's Rest, and having access to some of the notes left behind by Gwynwyn's father, a very talented soldier in his own right. You're familiar with many weapons. This is not one you've used. Now that doesn't mean you don't have enough proficiency in other swords to still use this, but there are. I will let you guys all know. The Elven Curve Blade or the Elven Long Blade are things that, with extra training, have additional abilities. They're able to be used in a way that's a bit foreign or exotic to you.
You made me feel crazy. I said Elven Curve Blade earlier. Like, no, it's a great sword.
I got distracted by Connor's jokes.
However,
Yes.
the blade wielded by the captain
Yes.
Should have validated
is slightly
you.
different.
It's a great short sword, guys.
It's the Gaslight part of Girl Boss. Okay, sorry.
To answer your question, Jake, the actual final blade you look, it's the steel itself is very fine. It's very smooth. There's no clear imperfections. Unlike the other weapons, which have minor amounts of damage, they're not beat up. They're showing an amount of wear over decades of use. Still nicer than most weapons would be. These are very finely made pieces of equipment. But that final blade, it appears almost. How do I describe this without saying a Pokemon evolution? This final blade is very similar. It certainly had to have been crafted by a similar hand.
Yeah.
But the hilt itself, where one on the regular ones is a some sort of gold-plated wide guard to protect the hand. On the other, it has been embellished with series of fine filigree across it. The handle itself has a much more supple leather that's almost as if it was just re-gripped. And the pommel itself, rather than being this similar like yellow brassy colored metal, is at least it looks like it, a carved, beautiful pommel made of gold. It looks like it's been a finely set piece. It's not of anything in particular as far as you can tell, but it is a very fine blade.
Why didn't he tell me before he passed how much I could sell this for?
Victoria?
Can I figure out how old these elves are?
In a ballpark, yes. It looks like the two regular soldiers are probably somewhere around the age of 2 to 250.
Okay.
So
would have been alive.
Adult-
They're not youths.
Right. Under 100 would be a non-full adult.
Right. My point was, they're not children.
Right. And the captain is probably around 400.
So
So they
probably
were
fought in
alive.
the last war.
But
And the one before it.
what I know about
Yes. So, okay, we can just talk rather
right,
than...
what I know about the fact that the Hell Knights often have armbands that will kill them if they die.
Right. That has not been... And you've heard about the fact that their remnant exists. That has not been a thing in a long time. It's not
Okay.
something you need to consider for this.
Okay.
But they previously did have magic items that prevented them from being captured. Clella, you had a question.
I think Amanda was first. I'll let her go.
Can I go investigate the strange metal automaton?
What are you looking into? What do you want to try to figure out, or what do you do? You can tell me your intent or your action, and I'll help you with the
He made
roll.
it move. I want to go see if I could just figure out what this is
Nope.
and like what. What was
What
it moving?
figuring out what it is a very different question of trying to make it move. So
I'm not gonna make it move. I
Cool.
just want to figure out
I mean,
what is this.
I'll tell you, like,
this is going to
a
be.
Warforged.
I'm going to ask you to make me. Gosh, do I just? You're not actually interacting with this, so I'm going to ask you to make me either just a raw intelligence check, or if you have access to it, you can roll history to know a little bit about it.
More like not just what it is, but like what it is magically. Like what is working in this?
Without getting your hands dirty, it's going to be very hard. This is a big automaton.
I want to go crawl in it and like try to poke around.
She is rather small for
You
a
can
dwarf.
make me a Tinker's Tools check. If you roll this poorly, I need to know.
Okay. Tinker's Tools is Dex, right?
So no, this is going to. On this case, I'm actually going to have you roll intelligence because what am I doing? You're in here with tools.
Does she have a backup character written?
Yeah, I need a bicycle for that
Do
one.
we have backup characters written?
I do.
I don't.
Okay, that's
I have
20.
like 6.
20 is one success. Exactly this DC. You begin kind of looking around, and as you're in here, you just begin. You're not messing with anything that seems functional. You've opened a panel. Look at
Twitch a
this.
little.
There are no appropriate seams. This was not forged. This was not artificed in the way that you would understand. Some sort of magical construct, and as you're in here looking at this, you get more and more confident on it. This creature was born, birthed out of some sort of magical construct, and started in this form. When it was born, it was this 12-foot tall mechanical construct. It is also filled with strange tubes. You see some of them are damaged and have this black liquid that is pooled out of them like an oil. It's far more organic than anything you understand how to work with. I would say that biomechanics are not a thing that you're terribly familiar with.
Not at all.
Yeah.
This would require considerable knowledge in the medicine skill to do very specific things. But because of that high artificer's check, you are able to, you can physically look about it. If you felt like, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this, if you were trying to salvage this thing, that is a thing you could look at.
Gwynwyn,
Yes.
can we consider maybe destroying this thing?
I don't think we should destroy this. This is really interesting. I would love to study this.
I think we shouldn't.
If the Joyatiel are interested in it,
we should take it back to
And
base.
did you see it move its arm?
We're gonna take it
I
back.
saw it move its arm.
We're gonna take it back.
And it moved when
Gwynwyn,
you were in it.
you can
Gwynwyn.
tell this
I
is
think it
not
needs to be-
destroyed at the moment. It is repairable, or probably more accurately, it can be brought out of the stasis it's currently in.
No.
Can we make it irreparable?
I want to fix this. I think I can make this work again and work for us.
Is corpse.
His
It's not a corpse because I can fix it. I can fix this.
It's organic.
We should take it back to base.
Jake,
I'm
you had a
Surfer.
question.
This is really close to Eltz. Can I make a history check to know what major battles were fought around here and kind of what I know around those?
I'm actually going to roll over something you actually asked previously. The Joyatiel, about 40 or so years ago, attacked all over the continent, including Eltz. Several battles took place in the forest, which were considerably larger at that point. And this is a war machine of the Joyatiel.
Let me clarify. I kind of want, and I said history, this is more of a social question. Who would have left all of this behind? Why is there so many automatons?
You were told about this. The Tayrillans have not let anyone disturb these battlefields.
Fair enough.
They're remembering because they lost, they defended the city.
Even against the automatons, they're leaving them behind.
While this goes on, seeing you pick up the captain's blade, I just want to take a few seconds to look at it. Is it a moon blade?
It is not a moon blade. A moon blade is an elven glass sword. This is clearly a magical sword, and the blade itself is very fine, but it is made of worked steel.
Do you mind if
Either of you ever use an extra Joyatiel sword?
I kind of want to melt it. And
I'd have no
reuse
problem
it.
using it.
So I
I'll use
was
their own
selling
weapon
it
against
until you
them.
guys tell me not to.
I think it should be.
It is a
forged.
finesse weapon for anyone who's curious.
Well, we did finesse it,
It is
from.
also it is also a two-handed weapon.
Two-handed finesse?
I don't want
A
it.
two-handed finesse
That's
weapon.
insane.
I want it now.
It is long and it is much thinner than a great sword.
I'm very intrigued.
What would you call this in real life?
I-
An example.
Not.
Yeah, fair enough.
You need to magically reinforce the length of blade we're talking about.
It's a katana.
I
It's
gonna
not
say-
unfair. It is.
Kidding.
Sephiroths.
It cannot that ridiculous.
That's one-handed.
And it's absolutely fine that you're taking time in here, guys.
He's
No,
one-handed.
the other
Yeah.
thing I want to
He's one
purely
weed.
flavor. I do want to take time to like look at the face of the Joyatiel captain I killed. Just kind of
You gaze
memorize it.
at a face frozen in the moment of death, anger, righteousness, at least from his point of view, still locked on his face. This man died confident in what he was doing.
I do crouch down and check his pockets though.
I want to feel bad, but I still
Each Joyatiel soldier has 150 gold pieces in various denominations. Which
Didn't they have some jewels on their like shields?
Do we
and
need
stuff?
to
Crazy?
bring back their armor to
the Tayrillans only cared about preserving the previous battlefields.
previous battlefields? Okay.
If you felt like looting them, they do not care.
Okay.
I mostly just see if there's any close to identity. I will-
Jerky,
No.
you watch. Squawk is picking at the ear at one of these Joyatiel.
Gross.
Gross. All right, we all are taking out of this.
I take the gold. And I go.
I've
Are we splitting the gold for the party?
Circle of life.
My question.
If we
Went
put it
straight
in
up
a
handed
pot,
to the
I
wood
don't
elves.
Okay. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
all
It's 450 golds total.
I was
I'm
only
not,
gonna take
uh,
150 of it.
I'm not against taking Joyatiel gold.
Oh, we should
Okay.
totally rob.
300 of the party loot. You're giving 150 to Tayrilla. Awesome.
And that's it. That's all for me.
Were their shields anything special?
Their shields are quite nice. They are these tall, thin, distinctive-looking shields. They look like they're designed to be used in a battle line, but rather than locking to each other, they're able to turn and assist each other. Coordinated efforts are one of their major things here. They do have, in the center of the shield, reinforced glass of various colors, so that people, while using these tall, tower-like shields, can see through them.
That's cool.
If it was smaller, I'd be more interested.
Can you help me
too
understand
big.
how to combine? Like,
Yes, these shields have a strength requirement.
Yeah.
kind of
What is
future.
their strength requirement?
Its requirement is 15, same as plate armor.
What is their bonus? To AC? Just two? Just two?
No, I'm not telling you until you do. You want to practice and train with one, you can learn about it. They aren't magic shields.
If you take one, awesome. But I do want to like.
Their armor is magical.
I
which
kind
you
of want
know.
to figure out how to combine glass with metal like this.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good opportunity.
Sell
for
or
us.
smelt?
So something you can practice. Just to clarify, their shields, it's an inlay. So they built a steel shield, and then in the center they placed a reinforced bit of glass.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just sort of.
But it's
Oh, this
very
moment
important.
has an idea sparked.
It's very high elven.
I feel like something with our bombs, right?
No.
Right.
Victoria?
Adon,
Yeah.
how long ago did we leave for the hunt?
Oh, so he kind of explains, sorry, just to clarify. So you all know that you went on a hunt and you spent the whole day? Mm-hmm. You guys left yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning. Great.
Yeah. You,
Have you ever been to a different plane?
I actually specifically don't like the idea of doing that.
I sobbed the entire time. It's okay.
That's so dangerous.
Are you okay?
Wait, it's
No.
dangerous?
It's
Yeah.
fine. It was fine.
Do you realize how many other places there are? Now, I'm not thinking there's anything wrong with going and traveling, but I don't have any sort of I don't have my go bag. I don't have my heavy duty gear.
And-
I'm not prepared for that sort of
And you
journey.
could never get back.
I mean, my goal when I die is to go to another plane and stay there. So I feel like other planes aren't that scary.
What do you
Well, you have that choice.
mean?
I mean,
That's really macabre.
What happens when
What do you
Silas
mean?
dies?
You
I mean,
have
what do you mean it's macabre? Like,
Nothing.
I want to go to Arvondor. I mean, I don't know how they feel about half elves or quarter elves, admittedly.
You have death goals?
Dies.
Mom said it was always important to have goals in every aspect of life. I don't understand your question.
That's the
Which
opposite.
mother?
Life and death.
Loxodons when they die.
Depends on what you believe,
Do
huh?
you want to make religion checks about? Did you study your afterlife?
I don't understand why you're scared. My mom's went to Arvondor.
What's
It's
a
cool
17
place.
get me?
So you would know a little bit about you know very little about Loxodons specifically. I love it. I love what you're doing. Solidarity. Let's go. Let's come on. No. All right. So you don't know much about Loxodons, and so that's unfortunately 17 isn't great. But as you think about it, you know that pretty much everyone's afterlife are based on their. For most people, Loxodons probably included, are based on their faith and their deities that they worship.
I'm gonna say a
They
prayer.
follow.
I'm gonna say a prayer.
To anyone in particular, or just
Hi, Judge. Hi, Judge.
I judge.
Judge.
My backup plan is Bahamut, so.
Backup plan.
Why are you freaking out?
Your mom does have a huge scar on her chest.
I'm hoping I
Which
could
is
leverage
marked.
that in the after.
Bahamut.
I've been leveraging my family last name this far. Why couldn't I do it in the afterlife?
Feel free to tell me about Bahamut later as I keep saying prayers.
Sure. Add it to your routine.
You
While
assume
they're all
they'll
freaking
remember
out
your
about
family
the
name.
afterlife, Gwynwood wants to go talk with Lucas about potentially moving that Comatron, if they're okay with it, back to Eltz so she can mess with it. If they're okay with that.
Dagger.
That is one of their death machines. What would you wish to do with it?
Fix it up and make it so that way it protects the forest instead.
A solitary one of these took out 4 or 5 score of our men in the
Re-
wars.
I think I could reprogram it and make it protect the forest instead.
They could speak. They're people.
Gwynwyn,
It is a person.
They're alive.
It still slumbers.
So we.
Have you ever met a Warforged before?
I've never met a Warforged, no.
A Warforged is.
They're people.
It's like you or I. These ones were born. Whatever the Joyatiel did to these creatures, I know not if there's a way to change it, but they were born this way.
Because it's not dead. It could be fixed and come back. That's what they were trying to do.
We will need to.
that
We will need to place a garrison here to watch, keep a vigil.
Why not just. No, I know you want to study.
It's
But
a person.
If
Can I make a suggestion?
this.
Set up an acid drip aimed at the frontal face of it and just let it drip for several days.
Acid.
Just let it just drip.
We could destroy it if.
Why not
if-
just kill it out of mercy? If it's a threat that warrants a garrison and not worth reprogramming and too dangerous to take outside the forest.
Oh, there. That creature weighs more than all of us together. I don't know how we would take it out of there, unless you have a suggestion.
I could reduce its size and then carry it.
Elle, could you be reprogrammed?
I mean, depends on your methods, I guess.
Silas.
Has sat here for quite some time for quite a good reason. To do anything else would be stupid, to say the least.
I was
don't use that word
suggesting
often.
a mercy killing.
I'm with Elle.
I'm suggesting we leave well enough alone.
You don't
It
leave a
can be
nuclear
reprogrammed.
bomb.
It can be repaired.
Is a
Come back.
person.
Come
What
it
confidence.
today.
I hate to see you reprogrammed yourself.
I just saw all the wires in it. I don't see living flesh.
Just because you have neurons in your head, it's the same thing.
I'm not seeing living flesh. I'm seeing a
Warforged.
machine. I can
I have a
This is the part
pass-
where we clarify this is Gwynwyn talking.
Yeah.
Warforged.
We're not mad at Amanda.
I've never met a Warforged, so my
No.
brain is like, this is a
You
machine.
have not, because they're very rare.
Gwynwyn,
Just a machine
Why
to
are
me.
they rare?
This concept of it being a living creature, no, this is a machine I could fix.
Amanda.
I've seen science.
No, Amanda gets it.
Amanda gets
Amanda's
it.
like, this is
Good night.
science.
Oh gosh, we're getting feelings.
If you met a serial killer, would you take the serial killer home as a pet?
And put them in therapy.
Kill
Which
cereal
is
every
shit you
morning.
put in therapy.
I don't know
This
about
is
you.
not a machine. This is a person. a person that was birthed to murder.
Warforged are people created for war. Warforged people.
Yeah, the war is over with. You don't think we could change that programming? You don't think we
They're
could
not
change that creation?
programming. They're people born.
The war is not over
Gwenny-
until every Joyatiel is gone.
I'm with Elle.
The
God.
summer elves feel this pain every day.
I'm with Elle.
I don't have.
And this existence of this thing threatens our existence.
I'm with Elle.
Look, Gwenny.
Listen, I don't really have a hat
Perhaps it is a
canary,
decision.
but I don't like the idea of some gigantic weapon used by horrible group of people to kill many other people just lying around waiting for.
Perhaps I should speak with Lenethir. And
Please do.
allow the
Think of that.
elders.
This is a scientific miracle. This thing is.
Miracle or not, it
This
caused.
thing is a person.
That's not computing the Gwen. She's
Miracles
not
can
getting
also
You
be
yelled
bad.
at me
The
for not wanting to
genocide.
kill a Joyatiel. Now you want to adopt their pet.
I crawled around inside it. It's a machine. It is science. It's science.
If I die, don't let Gwyn crawl around inside of me.
You're a person. You're a living
haven't
person.
asked to see that.
I
That
guess
is
I will
machine.
be off jaunting to
Look,
hopefully
I
a
think we've
Gondor.
decided to leave this in
No,
better
we're gonna take
hands.
Bahamut.
Elder.
area.
I will bring this information to the elders, and
We've had a long day, haven't we?
Let's go.
it doesn't look. He doesn't expect a decision today. He's going to
Yeah.
bring this to the people.
Can we
Yes.
leave messages to see if we can come back to Tayrilla? Or at least to talk with you afterward?
You have protected Scobrin. Lenethir came to ensure that you all returned safely from his grove.
Can we?
You're here. The walls. There are no walls between Tayrilla and your people.
Oh.
Did we make friends?
I bow deeply.
Thank you.
No, do not. We do not do this.
I bow to the rest of the elves that helped us.
This is a Celtic
Do you-
This is
summit.
deeply uncomfortable.
Beanie.
You lower your head in ways I do not appreciate.
She
I am
tripped.
so sorry.
Do you ever make it inside the walls of Elts?
Typically, I'm one of the liaisons when we speak with outsiders.
We have a business
We
card
have
somewhere, right?
We're making one. We have a warehouse. To say the least, we would love to see you there again.
We're gonna invite him to our house.
I have invited everyone to our house now.
Housewarming party at this point.
Your house is
That is
awful,
my point.
by the way.
It's a
But you pass along some information so that
He can find us.
when information is needed, that you're able to communicate. Connor is like, stop telling people where we live.
Why? We have
I keep giving out the name of the
Yeah, but a lot of our
Smiles.
friends
That's
sorted as enemies.
Your warehouse is going to explode one day, and we're like, well, who knows where we live?
Oh, what happened?
What
Who could have done
to make
this?
business cards so we can easily pass them
What
back.
happened?
All right. But after a bit of time, so I'm curious,
So bad.
am I correct in thinking that you're essentially taking shields, swords from here,
Yes.
leaving the bodies to rot in a crack in the ground?
And Eltzians.
Oh, and we give Lucas the 150 gold.
This is a great kindness. I will use it I will confer with the elders, but I'm certain we'll use it to gather supplies in the city and bring them home.
When we were at shoot, I can't remember the name of the town.
Coppersback, Galavon,
Galavon. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Walnut Hill. Yes.
Walnut
When
Hill
we were at
Plus.
I remember my
Galavon,
own place. I don't have a map here.
we encountered someone who needed extra coin to purchase some armor from
Yeah.
someone who would pillage these things, and we won't dictate what you do with this, but if you could use it as part of the endeavor to keep.
There is no value to this. If you don't, to us, if you do not take this armor with you, we will have it destroyed. It is a wicked piece of magic.
I meant to use the money to buy like wood
Ancestral
elven
armor.
like ancestral armor that
No,
forged
none
pillaging.
who wish to wear it should do so.
No,
What is
when
the
we
armor
were-
made of?
No.
When we were in Galavon, there were people who were trying to purchase their family's armor that were wood elves from Tayrilla.
Right, that was a Tayrillan wood elf.
Right.
Yeah.
If you could
Help get it to that person. I will find
Right.
the name.
Ah,
This
you're
is-
just trying to say use this money for that.
Yeah. Sorry,
Perfect.
I should have clarified.
I was like, oh, okay.
Good.
I thought that was an unrelated conversation
No.
we were having.
I'm
Perfect.
trying to find
You
it.
let Lucas know.
We never found out that wolf. I found it. We never found out his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Party ask, are we going back to get the cart and 1 or 2 of the bodies? I know we left
We-
the cart in a 6.
We're
The
going-
people.
Back to Francis to get all the.
They're just
oh,
still gathering. The plan was for everyone to leave together.
Perfect.
You guys did a half-hour journey.
Yeah, we're taking them with
We
us and we're
murdered
going back.
people in half.
First kill.
We're efficient.
I would mention this. I don't know if you could call it. No. Okay, maybe you could call it murder.
Bad people.
They're still at war.
We are still at war.
The war will not end
That was a
until
war
all the
killing,
Joyatiel
which
are
maybe
dead.
better, maybe worse.
This is a battle from a
It's just
war.
murder that's justified.
I
Look,
got my first kill.
y'all killed someone in Silas's hands is the worst part to me.
Welcome
Elle,
to the
is that actually how
party.
Elle reacts in this moment?
In this moment, yes.
Silas is being
I will hold you as you cry.
Then-
Winner.
We'll have a bright
I think
night.
at this point, are we going to go ahead and begin heading back towards Eltz?
With
Yeah,
the
the rest of the
Eltzians.
people, yeah.
Are they Eltzians?
Yeah, Eltzian would be the name of a person of Eltz.
Are there any
We are leaving the armor behind for the wood elves to destroy.
yes, are there any cloth, any blankets in the cart? I would like to kind of cover
We didn't bring the
the
cart with
shields.
us.
No, you have access to the Tayrillans.
Yeah.
They can absolutely give you some various fabrics to cover up these things. In fact, if you need another hand cart, they can bring another hand cart down for you.
I'd like that as long as we can cover these going into the city.
Right. As you gather these things, hiding the bodies a bit, you eventually make your way back to where the essentially caravan has been formed. There you see several of the Eltzian guard are standing at attention in rows when you all arrive. And a man... Yes?
I was just gonna ask, did the Wood Elves ever bring the captain back down, or is he still up with them?
A man standing with one of his arms in a sling, bound, his armor removed from the waist up. So still wearing Eltzian garb. Yes?
Can I give Nim some kisses in front of him?
She's a very cute elf.
Nim is not here.
Where did Nim go?
Nim was an incredibly injured elephant who has been taken away. It's not all of the guard here.
Oh, poor Nim.
No, Nim is an animal that hadn't received enough healing. And
Do you want to go outside and fight, Connor?
That is the second time
I'll
you've
help.
said that tonight.
This guy, Captain Krennic, is standing here with the rest of his soldiers when you all arrive.
I'm just gonna keep my head down. I remember what I did.
You found your man.
I will. Come on, guys.
Sorry.
Let him monologue.
I'm just trying to explain what you're seeing in front of you.
Sorry.
I owe you a great debt, and I have an apology to make and some discussions to be had on our return to the city. First, he pulls out a small metal rod, very clearly some sort of iron whistle, and blows. It's quiet. You hear just the faintest sound of wind rushing, but don't hear any high-pitched sounds. I've summoned us a carriage. I hope we can speak as we return. But the lives of myself and many others here are in your debt. Who among you, at least for the purposes of the Great Hunt, led this adventure?
Ismini, I believe, was the leader of our party today.
Aren't you looking strapping? And I'll give him a clap on the shoulder. Els did you good, huh?
Yes, they were very kind, and were it not for your assistance, I do not believe I would still be standing here.
Hopefully you remember what the Bulwark offered you.
Was it you then?
Victoria feels weird. Is his meanie okay with this?
I push his meanie forward.
Okay, great, fine. I'm not gonna fight anymore. We need to get through this. Or it's gonna take 30 minutes.
Preach.
I do not know of your origin, and I do not wish to pry for anything that you...
We're all making faces. In the
I'm just
background,
gonna.
I do not wish to pry for any information you don't wish to share.
I'll incline my head and just say, "It's Meanie Callister at your service."
Little
He pulls out a small box. The box itself is very fine. It looks like a jewelry box. It is marble with it's trimmed in gold, This is perhaps a trifle or perhaps meaningful to you, but was a simple gift provided to me when I came to issue the hunt with the hunters and all others who joined us here. A favor. And he hands it to you. I hope that you will keep it, regardless of its meaning to you.
The correct resolution to this hunt is all we ever cared about, and I think we got there. I gesture to the cart with the bodies on it.
He looks, and for a moment, you actually catch this hint, just with your just watching this man, the smallest mote in the corner of his eye, little wetness. I thank you for bringing Jack back to all of us.
And for that, you have my dear friend Gwynwyn to thank as well.
He takes a moment asking, and those of you who are willing to share your names, asking your names. But
usual elf
just
Livy.
yeah. If you answer with just a first name, there's no blinking here. They're
I
not
tell
being
him my
interrogated.
name.
He didn't react at all to Callister?
No idea who Callister
He
is.
doesn't know. Oh, I'm a northern person.
You're a northern.
But you're still a noble.
No, you're right. But this guy is not investigating you.
right.
No.
He's
Yeah.
going, what are your names so I can thank you? I know
Right.
who to thank for this.
I'm not gonna lie to him.
Laurentius Thorn, Esquire.
As you're having a bit of a chat. God dang it.
I told you!
Esquire.
Dandy arc.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Arc?
Character arc.
As you spend some time chatting briefly, he begins thanking you, explaining that some of his soldiers have delivered their report, and he had no concept of a wolf guardian. It was not information he, as a captain in the Eltzian military, had information regarding.
Does he remember the him going up to Tayrilla? Does he remember us helping him?
It doesn't seem like he cares in the concept
Okay.
of you saved 40 people and my men. And Jack, nothing here seems to... Yeah, okay.
And Jack.
Nothing here seems to be...
You should have just told us
Being-
earlier. We would have liked it better.
Being rude it doesn't seem like this person cares about you being rude or rough to
Rough.
saving the lives of many Eltzians.
Okay.
Does
It was an unintentional rude.
the point
That's
about
not
the
intentional,
like hunters and the satyrs, does that come across for him?
I will do what I can and speak with. I will speak with those that I can to see if anything can be done about the trade of the fey creatures. By all rights, those with writs for such requisitions are entitled to do so under the king's laws.
Doing so risks a repeat of this same
And I
thing
will
happening.
And I will ensure that this report is given in its entirety to those who can hear it.
I appreciate that.
Takes a little bit of time, but eventually
A little unhappy with that.
a small collection of these horse-drawn carriages are coming down the road. Fine and somewhat familiar. These beautiful, they remind you of your wagon from Oswald, but much nicer. As they're proceeding, you notice there's no one sitting at the front of most of these. The horses are marching to this position and stop. Some Behringer wagons to return us back to the city.
As we get in, do any of the horses resemble Thorn's
black
horse? Like both like war horses that might be.
These are
lurking
not
around?
war horses.
Or the
These
carriage
are-
horses? I didn't know.
These are very finely brushed and very clean, but they do not seem nearly as hardy as your horse.
Not battle horse.
And we didn't see any like war horses. at the
No.
beginning. Yeah.
It appears that this is a sort of taxi service, effectively.
Okay.
Please, it is a small kindness that I can offer for you to at least rest your feet as we return home.
I'll pick that up.
Absolutely.
You said
I'll rest
Behringer,
easy as cabbage.
such as Walt Behringer?
Yes, High Behringer produces a number of
Notes.
a number of marvels of wood. Most famously, however, some of the Eltzian nobility will travel around. It's expensive, but it is much more convenient and than having your own staff for these sorts of things.
Seems
I will-
necessary with this.
You good? These are huge wagons.
Behringer is related to Shar, and I've got a holy symbol of Shar in my pocket.
We're gonna move on.
How worried are you?
It is a little big. I'll be honest. It is a little big to fit Silas, the whole party, and Krennic in one.
Yeah.
But he gives you an option. If you'd like to go with just the party, that's absolutely fine.
I'll walk beside the cart.
Okay. This is actually a carriage. So think it's got a closed top, but it's able to be open on the side where there's like sort of metal crossbars on these. It's the underside is very similar to your wagon, but on the outside it's this stained, almost pink, pinkish brown, very soft and fine. The inside have soft seats with pinned down. So, you good?
No.
That's very fine.
Yes.
Inside there's red silken pillows. It's very comfortable. This is incredibly extravagant. While you're in here, you are also allowed to get, if you would like, because there's windows on the side, front, and back. You can be in the next carriage if you like, or an adjacent carriage. It's wide enough on the roads here.
I'm happy to walk beside.
The party is able to begin moving back towards Eltz as you're going through here. Victoria, yes?
I would like to leverage my background, position of privilege, and begin to kind of indicate what station I am in society.
I am super at home.
When you make it clear that you are a lady of Issel, his demeanor doesn't fully shift because you had
Right.
respect.
I just want to make it clear for my friends.
I should have, of course, asked such a thing beforehand. I hope you understand. Given the circumstances, I did not make any assumptions.
And given the circumstances, I wouldn't want to press the issue. I just want to make sure.
Would you
that-
prefer a private carriage?
Absolutely not. I trust you and my friends to take care of. I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, I understand that what happened in the forest was a little bit rough for everyone.
He only
there.
gets a little bit more polite. He was already
Right.
being okay. This guy's rough, but he isn't trying to kill you.
I'm leveraging my name to protect my friends is what I'm trying to do right now.
Is he riding in the cart with us?
Yes.
Great. And I've got my hand on his shoulder like, my dear friend.
We're all in one cart?
Yes, Silas is walking alongside. You're able to see him. The window is open, so you're able to
never mind
feel
then.
the nice cool
Yeah.
wind.
I can't really ask. I'm outside the cart, but
If you'd like him to step out and go do a check-in with his men, that's
Has
fine.
nothing to do with him
I was about to
being here.
hand wave
It
your
was more
back
everyone
home,
else
so-
being
I just
here.
have a question while we're moving.
Sure.
Are you the one in charge of the Bulwark, this side of town?
No, I am the captain of the guard of the East End.
Then
I was instructed particularly for, well, he shrugs. I have a particular fondness and ability in these sorts of things. And Nim as well is an excellent tracker despite her normal station.
I would assume
The Bulwark northeast?
West.
northwest.
You're next to the West End. He
Yeah.
came from across the city.
Okay.
pass through the
I'm
Bulwark
trying to
get
think
to
of what
the-
that map looks like.
Because we passed through the
I would
Bulwark
think-
to get to the
Okay.
West End,
Oh,
to go into
gosh.
the West End where
It's
we've
about
been
the map.
all the time.
He's from the East End. You're in the West End. The Bulwark's over here.
Okay,
out of the
okay.
Jersey.
I'm trying to think of the map of how he
He was
traveled.
the opposite side.
Okay, I'm trying to think of the map of how he traveled, but I can't think of it.
You
facing this
only
way.
went southeast.
Okay.
So, if we had any follow-up questions regarding this side of town, the Bulwark, I guess maybe don't send them to you. Is there a liaison, someone we could talk to, just to
If
find
you
out?
require information to get put in my hands, you can speak with the local guard, and they should be able to pass along information.
Swear to God, if you give him our address.
I put my boots up on the seats.
A
They're
member of
muddy.
the guard, as a captain, and this is something you would have picked up on. I'm actually going to use your background feature for this.
City
as
Watch.
yes, using your City Watch background, I will mention there are 4 Eltzian captains in the big city.
Yeah, I want to at least have one of them on the friendship list.
Yeah.
Friendship list. If
Not
we reach
this
out,
one.
gosh, if we reach out, we'll be sure to go through the guard. Whatever you can do to let them know we might be reaching out in the near future, please, definitely. There's some interesting things we would like to follow up on.
Very well.
And can I ask a quick question to another player character? Where in the forest did you find your stone?
The what?
The what?
He didn't tell us about that yet.
We have
No,
no
this is a
idea.
player character. I just
Oh,
wanted to see
okay.
it was on the west side.
Okay.
Can I just make sure I get mud on the other seat? Please.
The question is this: is there anything else before we jump you back home?
No, I'm being me.
Okay.
Everyone's being themselves.
Hey guys.
I told you.
Wouldn't get anywhere.
Absolutely. I'm always for it because that's actually a very good thing.
We have been loving this arc.
As you eventually make your way back home to the West End, the next several days are peaceful. Some of you need quite a bit of rest, I would say. Maintenance, repairs, picking up supplies. Returning back home, there's an interesting thing you find here at the warehouse. Sat out but with an attendant, this very grumpy little man, tiny glasses, waiting for you by the time you arrive, seemingly has been swapping stations with another such servant. Yes, are you the Defiant Smiles?
Yes. Are you
Yes.
here for the solution to the Bulwark?
No, Lord Blaustow has sent a thanks for your previous dealings in Shelt and wished for things to stay a bit quiet, and as such has provided a number of resources to aid in your reconstruction of this home.
I appreciate it greatly, and I give him a nice curtsy.
If you would like to accept this gift I have here, he begins pulling out a manifest, handing it over. It is wagon loads of lumber, stone, tools, and supplies specifically for building this. Lord Blaustow was the jerk you saved from the cells.
Okay.
What is the expectation on our end? Should we provide any services to Lord Blaustow?
No, his life has been saved and he wishes simply to not continue living on in the memory of what happened in Shelt. Nor does he feel it needs to live on too long in the memories of Eltzians.
Look, I remember signing a contract. I'm pulling out a dagger and slicing my thumb.
I would like to... wrong...
Wrong character.
I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Lord Blaustow, and if I could at some point meet him for tea, that would be lovely. But in the interim, I will say, it could only be our pleasure to rescue a lord such as him.
I will pass along your message. We'll have the materials delivered over the next several days.
I will drop a handkerchief.
Speaking of dropping handkerchief, do you ever open the box?
I will open the box now that we're alone.
Why are you so much better than I am at sucking up to other nobles?
That's my job.
It's also really scary how quickly you can just jump into that.
It is my
Yeah.
job.
My favorite thing to do is tell them to go away.
Fuck
and
off?
Stop. Yeah, that in nicer words.
Tier of nobility.
Opening up the box, you find a handkerchief. It is embroidered with. It is a white with a slight hint of this pale red, almost pinkish color. I've been using a lot of pink today. Sorry, guys. It's a warm tone for that kind of day. But as you're looking at this, it's got fine detailing around the edge. A gold thread has been run through here, with a very fine embroidered letter J. As you're looking through this.
Captain Krennic's first name.
Captain.
Not Captain Krennic. There's a smell of fine perfume, a peachy smell as you open this. Inside the box is written, Princess Josephine.
Wait.
I found another
This-
lady.
So much for
This is a favor
Sorry,
from the
Olin.
Princess of Elf. It does not have any literal, it's not a literal I owe you one. It is an acknowledgement, which you can take to be as important or unimportant as you think. In case you were curious, the full name is Josephine Augusta Marie Mudrust.
What?
Augusta Marie.
Because I know. That
I don't know if you've,
the
that's
depiction
information
of the
you
coins
have.
Are like
No.
of children, right? So
Right. Well, the statue you saw was a baby.
yeah.
Right.
Like a baby.
But I'm so excited because we have a princess's favor.
Do we eat
I
it?
don't like nobles that are ranked higher than I am. I've just realized
And
this now.
I would mention, not a noble, royalty.
Royalty.
Oh yeah, I don't like royalty either.
Royal
you would hate
Highness
Silas.
Princess Augusta.
I'm not from this country.
Princess Josephine.
Josephine Augusta. I get it. Marie Mudrust. But you
bad
can't
win.
sit here and denigrate a princess.
Do we sell?
Especially if other people could hear.
Not
Now, no one here right now.
Home. We're
Not under my watch.
Can we sell this?
No.
No.
What do we do with it?
Under no circumstances do we
Go to
sell a
some
favor.
ball.
You take some time here, get to relax. Over the next couple of days, these materials are delivered to you. If I think some people talk about wanting to do some work on the house potentially, on the warehouse. Remember that the warehouse has an outer wall. Are you focusing on the wall, the main structure, the roof of the structure?
Before we get rained on in our sleep.
So roof is priority 1.
Roof.
You begin the process of this.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you were not.
You were the one who had brought it up
Roof.
originally.
Roof.
We
Keep-
also pay
keep rain out.
Joseph. He's going to be put to work today.
All right. Yeah, I've been just here practicing my crossbow.
I mean, do you?
I didn't mean to. I broke some of your bottles. I'm sorry about that.
Fine.
She would have broken them herself.
Wall is always good.
Oh,
I'm happy to work on that.
Paint a target.
all right.
Joseph, you know you're quite skilled with a crossbow. Are you ever interested in learning something else? Something
Oh, I'd
closer
like to
hand?
not be next to the people I'm shooting.
Then
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Oh.
I'm not your man.
This has been a couple days. You've been doing these sort of works. Oh, that nice, the nice bald fellow came by, said something about this evening coming by the Smiles. He's got you got some sort of reward waiting for you.
Oh shit. Yeah, our, our payment.
I just see
Some old fella's supposed to be coming around. Wimbley,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thorn.
Wits, Whitaker.
Thor Whitaker. There we go.
Thor.
Whitaker Thor.
Yeah, Mr. Whitaker.
We also have payment from Gwynwyn's mission as well.
Oh, we
Gwynman's got payment coming.
Whitaker Thor better sponsor me in my next match. Is all I'm saying. Well, he keeps going. He went the one time at least.
I say we start heading that way. I think we've done some work on the house. Unless you had anything else.
You know,
75
pick up my
75
payment
gold
for
pieces.
me. I'll keep working on this.
Gwynman gets
Look,
75.
what are you gonna do?
Work on the roof. It's not finished.
Do you have a proficiency in carpenter
Wait.
tools?
And also, that's like a down.
I could hammer nails into wood though.
You also have
Sorry.
mage hand. As an extra.
His
bonus.
mage hand can hammer nails into wood.
Yeah, I'm
It's 2 hammers.
more
and
productive
a
than
nail.
you are. I'm like 2 people.
I can lift more than you can.
So
That's fair.
If you keep fighting, the roof is never
There's-
going to be finished.
As the testosterone is spitting off of these 2 creatures, knowing this is going to take a little while,
Yeah.
you eventually all find yourself heading towards the Defiant Smiles. Later in the evening, entering the Smiles is a little more of a warm thing than you're used to. Some candlelight is actually flickering off of the walls, as it seems that Miles has a meal set out, a large table, a celebratory day as a
Miles?
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 I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Grass?
Grass? Milton
Grass,
grass?
Milton.
Miles of
I mean, like, if
smiles.
you had been like,
No,
the
no.
kid cooked us
The
a
kid-
meal, we would
No,
have
no.
Die. We'd
absolutely.
absolutely die.
sweet.
No, so I apologize.
Where's the Gwynwyn's cooking?
Hey, I do apologize. I didn't actually write his name. That's my fault. Brask has set out a dinner, and there is an old man who is sitting there. No plate directly in front of him, but it appears to be waiting for you. Is Whitaker. He gives you a very fond smile as you all enter. A small chest set on the ground just next to him, a little bit lower than the bench that he sits on. Well, I suppose congratulations are in order.
Thanks.
We were gonna give him the bodies.
All of them?
I thought we turned them over to the guards.
No, you all kept the bodies.
Right.
have some
we had
studying to do.
We had
I
to
need
give
one of
him
those.
one of the bodies.
We have to keep one.
If you'd like to, you
Yes, absolutely. We're giving him one of the bodies because he's very interested in magical creatures.
Well, so you tell him the story over the
Right.
course of you're having dinner. This fantastic collection of potatoes and turkey. It's very Thanksgiving.
We really embellish how, like, the hunting of magical creatures is such an evil thing to do.
I don't want
But
to.
we did it.
No.
I believe my
The
master.
other people hunting the magical creatures.
I would agree. My master would find that position defensible for many. Well, in general, most of the work my master will hire you for is going to be against creatures that are not sapient, or not able to communicate or exist peacefully. The priority is to keep the city safe, and as such, in the cases as these beasts, you said, speak, well, it is unfortunate that that is the case, but if they were terrorizing the city, I believe it justified, and my master does agree.
They spoke Abyssal.
Well, that's a very good shorthand for those that should be slain. Although I think perhaps it would be a bit more appropriate to say to refer to more of their other activities.
Right. But I would say that was a little interesting to know they knew one language, at least. Also, they give us, 250 platinum pieces.
Yeah.
I'm saying that to the table, not to
Right, you each got 50 platinum pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe he paid the coin up front.
Yes.
Yes.
You got the coin up front.
I suppose I've made you wait. Would you like your selections from my master's collection?
We didn't already receive our reward?
We got the upfront payment.
Yes, we're interested.
Pulls this chest out. You watch he pulls out a very fine blue silver key, unlocks this box, and begins procuring different pieces. You know what? You know what'd be fun?
Rolling for it.
Do you want to roll to see the order for this? Everyone roll a d20.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. It
Natural
counts.
2.
It does count.
An 11.
9.
3.
Wow.
Holy shit.
1, 2, 3. Wow.
Okay, 11.
Wow.
Now, Miss Grandfair,
Yes.
I do apologize if any of the colors are not to your liking. For some of my master had some indecisiveness between a few options, and I was the last say on a couple of these. So if there's any of these you're displeased with, please do let me know. My master and I both wish you to be well compensated for your efforts and to offer thanks for protecting our city. Now he pulls out a pair of earrings. You see that, and these are not in a jewelry box. That is one thing that I'm going to say about this. As he pulls out these earrings, you see that they are these fine gold studs on the top. So just a very simple golden stud, and hanging from them looks almost they're inverted blue crystals. So going a little bit as they go further down, you can tell it's almost as if they were grown downwards. These are the Savior's touch. I'm aware that someone of your skills, if my master is to believe, you face people from far away with considerably more dangerous things. Well, may I demonstrate?
Sure.
He's not wearing the earrings. He pulls one of the crystals off of the earrings, crushes it in his hand, and throws it at one of the candles on the table. And as he does, the flame pushes backwards, touching Silas on the palm. It's warm, but you look back and your skin is unharmed.
I start putting my hand in the fire again.
You burn your finger. Mechanically, the Savior's touch, how these work, is the actual studs themselves emit this strange blue residue, which over the course of about a day creates a crystal. These crystals can be crushed and added to, say, an alchemical spell to render the damage of that spell non-lethal. You may do this 2 times a day, 1 per ear.
Yes.
Did you get a
Question.
Most useless. I'm kidding. No.
Question.
Non-lethal.
Yes.
This is
All of your items require attunement.
I'm digging back 3 years for this question.
Yes.
Gwynwyn, are your ears pierced?
I was gonna ask that, and I've grown up with her.
Fiddlelands were not whenever she got her first set of earrings. Are your ears pierced?
I was going to ask that, unironically.
No, because that would have probably interfered with
We are going to have to hold Gwynwyn down and pierce her ears.
Wait, I want to do it. I want to do it. I've always wanted to do it.
No,
I've
let
always
me
wanted to do
sit on her, and you take your rapier and just...
No. You have to put like a needle and
And
an
lemon
apple,
on the other
and then
side.
you like do a thing. You've seen Parent Trap.
You've
with
seen
Lindsay
Parent
Lohan?
Trap.
Yes.
We're gonna do that.
You guys are sick.
As you,
Sorry.
it's okay. I want everyone to get their thing today.
Yeah.
Amanda,
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
Let's go.
Who's
Sorry.
next on the roll?
9.
Victoria. Lady Ismini. Now, I must apologize. There was quite a large selection in my master's estate. This one I thought was a bit of a fun pet idea for you. He pulls out. It is taking a look, it is a very simple silver chain, a necklace. You could put some sort of amulet on it if you'd like. There was once a very precocious student at one of the magical academies, the Tower of Aeons. He hands this fine chain to you. One of the professors, I believe transmutation, had a very early course where he would test his students' basic abilities, and this student did not prefer to wake up and instead enjoying a morning nap. And so this was designed to advance through his initial exams. What was that?
Tell me, Toast. It's okay. I'm just
This
excited.
item, which does not have a name, it is just a fine chain. This item allows when you cast the spell Prestidigitation. It has 2 effects.
Spell.
Huh?
Go ahead. It's okay.
It also allows, if you don't have the spell while you're attuned to the spell, attuned to this item, you have the ability to cast the spell Prestidigitation.
Okay, I was like,
Have it.
oh well, shit.
No. There's a couple of effects. First off, the item you prestidigitate continues to exist until you dismiss it as dismiss the item.
I hear a dwarf yelling.
As a bonus action, you may return the item to your hand as long as it's on the same plane as you. However, you return the item to you. However, I'm going to go ahead and get this demonstration. I read things out of order because I got a little bit confused there. My apologies. May I see that one more time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He snaps his finger, the chain poofs out of your hand. He lifts up a goblet, and the chain is underneath it.
Do I get to
A
do?
fun little trick.
I can do parlor tricks.
Additionally, if you expend a spell slot while casting Prestidigitation, you can create larger objects.
Does it scale with spell slot levels?
Yes.
I'm going to.
Victoria and I are going to have a chat a little bit about this item out of phase.
I want it.
Who's next?
I think it's L with the
L.
I'm
The
last.
This was a strange one, not something from my master's usual gallery. My master had told me that your uncle said it would be something. It was something your uncle would like you to have. He pulls out this small bracelet, very simple on one side, with what looks to be a jagged piece of metal, some sort of broken, ugly piece of metal, with a small peridot placed on it. He called it the Reply. This bracelet, once per short rest, has the following effect. When you are hit by an attack or dealt damage by a creature in melee range of you, you may use your reaction to make a single attack with advantage on that creature.
I see you,
see.
Uncle.
I see you, Uncle Nuri, and raised you a how does he know?
How
You know my uncle? Or your master knows my uncle?
I suppose, given your reaction, it would seem that he was onto something.
Do you know my uncle?
I'm afraid I do not know anything about your family.
is his uncle? Is her uncle following us?
But this shard should
Roll
allow
dragons,
you...
man.
Is my understanding
say that.
That this
Shoot
shard
Silas.
should assist you in battle?
Yeah.
No.
Nuri.
I'm gonna keep moving because I have something I
Yeah.
really wanted to do before we ended today.
Yeah.
We
Keep
might-
moving along.
Guys,
This is like-
you ever go for like 5 minutes? Is that okay? Is that
No,
allowed?
go for it. We're here to have
Cool. I
fun.
believe you're the lowest, so it's your turn. This one maybe is a bit more practical. Well, living here in the city,
Practical is best.
please do not judge it by its cover. He pulls out a small silver tiara. It has what looks to be a collection of these tiny sapphires curled in arcs. Please understand, it is not as it appears.
It's beautiful.
Oh, well. He takes this and to demonstrate it, places it atop his head. I am not as I appear. And as he speaks these command words, you watch as he shifts into the form of Laurentius Thorn.
You can make yourself.
This is the diadem of disguise.
The plan evolves.
The diadem is gone, by the way.
Hold
when
on.
He's transformed.
Does he just turn into me? Or
Yeah.
is it by choice?
No. So this is
He chose
this allows you to
to be
cast the
you.
spell Disguise Self. Because you're not a spellcaster, I have to let you know it has a fixed DC of 15.
I'm making an Arcana check.
What's a good Arcana check?
I got a 5.
You don't know. That's magic.
It's you.
Silas, welcome to
Jake,
Plan Disguise Self.
you may cast Disguise Self at will. There's just as many times as you like a day. Important thing to note, you can change your height by around a foot. You can appear as someone that's more average sized.
It can be exactly a thorn size.
No, I'm like 7 to 8.
Scramble with
You'll
the Daily
struggle
Glory.
to be
Plan
Gwynwyn.
Scramble.
Careful, it's addicting looking like
You-
this.
I severely doubt that.
You get to
Okay.
be part of Plan Scramble.
Well, I suppose finally I must get to your piece. Now, unfortunately, this is a damaged item, but I promise, and my master assures me that you will be pleased with it. He pulls out this small ring, which you can see it has. Oh, you know what? I didn't tell you, Silas. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go. Make you wait a second. This diadem was originally commissioned for Lady Rayla Ortiz II of the Voraks. Her mother did not appreciate her only daughter bearing the face of her father, and so this was used to
Same.
cover. He looks at you a bit concerned.
I'm sorry. It was a J comment.
Lady Ortiz the First forced her daughter to wear this in order to appear as her mother, but youthful.
That poor girl.
Needless to say, Lady Ortiz II left the Voraks and her mother.
How long ago was this?
A few decades at this point.
Most likely we won't see her then.
This was an item used to abuse a young little girl into
Yeah, no,
Right.
narcissistic, by a narcissistic mother. My apologies. Laurentius, this ring itself, he hands it to you. It's a it looks like a tarnished silver ring with these 5 bulb shapes, like a sort of like domes around it. But when you look on the inside, each of these domes looks to have actually it's a smaller bump on the inside that's glass, so you can see into them. If you look at these, this one right here, he presses it to the side and it rotates outward. The other ones are unable to rotate at the moment. There is a small spike inside of this little glass well. Unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate this one as I do not have sorceress capabilities. This item, as he's going to kind of be explaining, it is my understanding that you have a sort of well of power. This thing, you store the tiniest portion of yourself and are able to call upon a concentrated form of your own essence at a later time. Once per long rest, you can use this item to regain 5 sorcery points.
Ooh!
Buddy!
Long rest? 5.
However, I should mention, there may be ways to repair this ring. It had other functions as well, but it is currently in a relatively damaged state.
Yeah, buddy.
Win-win.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this a ring of what?
So this is a damaged blood well ring.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
That's the name.
There are 5 blood wells, but only one of them is currently accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun here. So into blood.
Okay, I
5
grabbed
sorcery
blood
point.
earlier for
Are we,
the sake
so we're
of
okay
her.
going just a little long?
Little long. It's okay. Let's go.
Can I jump ahead a little bit?
Yeah.
Gwynwyn has one thing she wants to
Please,
ask him.
please.
Your master deals with magical creatures a lot, right?
That is correct, Lady
You have the egg
Grenadier.
on, like the pine cone?
I will show him the pine cone.
We found an egg, and Gwynwyn will describe the egg to him.
Oh, the
And
egg too. Okay.
We have no idea what the egg is. If you could ask your master maybe if he's heard anything about a creature like this.
I believe my master would need to see the egg itself.
I will also give him the pine cone.
You're gonna give him the pine cone? I'm afraid my knowledge of various various arcana fauna is relatively limited.
But your masters may be able to recognize this.
Certainly, though. Whitaker thinks for a moment. I can certainly ask for if he would be willing to take a look at this. My master is happy to compensate you for these things, but he is very limited on time.
Of course.
Understand.
Such a study could be labor intensive.
Just if he knows anything at all, we would be happy for any insight.
I will.
he might
I will
have.
provide a basic description of this and see if there's anything that he's able to
Would you like to
provide
take
to
the
me.
pine cone?
I can do this.
I will mark the pine cone off of my sheet.
Okay.
How many of us still have our pine cones?
I'm gonna jump for just a brief moment.
Not to
Okay, yes,
prolong
Jake.
it, I did want to talk to Thorn walking back towards to our house at the end of the night.
Does it have to happen tonight, or I'm gonna make you do this next session? I'm not gonna attack you. Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
for
do
it, Jake.
2 seconds though.
Go for it.
Just kind of looking at the gifts, pulling Thorn aside. Since I've gotten to town, I've had a lot of time to think about how I look, and now this isn't particularly normal when I look at the person next to me. At the end of the day, I still don't feel comfortable hiding behind someone else's skin, and I'm giving him the diadem. At least to give you the choice too. I've made my choice. Now you can make yours. I will not use this diadem. I'm not gonna change how I look.
Are you, Jake?
No, that's Jake.
Checking out a character.
Super happy with that.
Okay.
You have the choice as someone who's a little purplish. Sorry.
You gave him like white privilege.
Not the intent.
You're like,
No.
if you want to escape the pressures of.
Oh, God, Claw.
Actually, not the intent.
No, but-
mild meta, it also works better in his hands. But like seriously, I will never change how I look.
Tell you
as
what,
Silas. It's a bad point.
Silas. I'll hold on to this for you. How about that?
Do what you want. You can sell it, but remember, this was a gift. Let's be respectful nonetheless.
I'll hold on to it for you. It's here if you need it.
Jake.
I like how I look.
You're beautiful.
We love Silas. He's such a good boy.
Jake is
Silas
beautiful.
is like a role model for like self-love.
I know, really.
I mean, I'm still gonna
And now
appreciate it.
Thorn has a
Someone called him a
tiara.
freak today, right?
It has been a week or so. Been close to 2 weeks since you faced off against Scobrin. Things are a bit calm. We've got perhaps a pair of sweaty men working on this on the roof. Finally the hole itself has been mostly closed. Now reapplying some like plastering to the actual the roof itself.
Competing, not working.
Competing together. With some footsteps this late Eltzian winter afternoon. Begin marching along your roof. Hello again, my friends. You've been quite busy, if my ears do not deceive me. The Lionheart, again, standing here amongst friends, it would seem.
We have a door.
I was wondering if you would all like to perform a heist with me.
Stop hitting me with this stuff.
No. At least
can't.
4 people at this table understand how much I love heists.
Yeah.
I understand, but we.
Again, we have a door.
I don't care about the door, they're the heist.
Y'all are impressed. Y'all are smitten. I'm immune.
Estelles. Well,
Extra immune.
there has been a bit of misappropriation of an artifact, and I would like to eventually bring it back to its people.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I
On what
can be down with
authority?
misappropriation.
May I ask how you know it's been
correcting
misappropriated?
it, not.
I have ears in many places, but it isn't necessarily a very gross. It isn't necessarily a very subtle thing. If you are familiar with any of the High Lords of Eltz, you'd know that their activities, those that they do not wish to hide, tend to be public news. Well, one such lord is having a bit of a shindig where he'll be revealing something he's recently obtained for what I can only assume is a dragon's ransom. But High Lord Branson is going to be displaying this small statuette, a fox that was taken from one of the Goliath monasteries a bit north of the kingdom. I'd like to return it to the monks, but before then, well, I have my own reasons for wanting to do a bit of phantom thievery. I was hoping you would all come along.
Just
Yes!
The 3 of us would need your help.
Do we get to wear masks?
the 3 of us.
The third
Vigilante.
vigilante.
Arcus.
Yeah.
We never got to meet him. Just to understand
What?
correctly.
Was Arcus not with us?
No.
No.
It's just you two.
Okay.
Stop.
As
Show me.
a bolt flies through the air, striking the roof, messing up a small bit of plaster on Silas's side of the roof. A moment later, the bolt cracks. I'm gonna go ahead and show Arcus. I'm gonna go ahead and start passing this around as standing on the roof, crossbow in hand, the effects of the magical bolt having finished, stands obscured, sure, by some of the similar makeup to what you saw with Pastellus. Chester Piffle.
Yes, I knew it.
Without breaking eye contact, he's paying for that.
Is it really
Fury, it has to be.
Gwen,
Ever
don't
since we
tell-
got to town, I was near positive we couldn't
Chester's
find
a
him.
vigilante.
And then also he used a crossbow.
Well-
Chester used a crossbow. We're gonna have to beat him up.
Big guy.
get cool
Win.
makeup.
You win?
Hell yeah.
I might kill you for not talking to us before now.
We aren't mad at you.
Hoist the crossbow on his shoulder. And that's where we're ending tonight's session.
I'm so mad. Jake is mad. Silas
I was
is
like,
mad.
I just gotta get you guys to the city just to ask. Because you can say no.
just got that shilling finished.
He's worried
I'm
about my
unironic.
Thank you guys
Buster.
so much. And
Oh,
hey,
God.
thank you to you guys here on Twitch, on YouTube for staying with us through this video. We really appreciate it. Good job, everybody. And we're gonna have a lot of news this Sunday with Amanda for Footnotes, so we hope we'll see you there. And have a great night, everybody. Anything else?
Anger.
Join our Discord. Follow us on Twitter.
We hit our sub goal.
We hit our sub goal.
And we hit our
sub goal.
sub goal.
We're gonna put pictures of these new models, some new characters, maybe give a little sneak peek of
There
some of
was
these
the
things.
other hero forge.
That was what I
When he
wanted.
mentioned a crossbow, it
Amanda, so here's the thing. I had thoughts of this could go on very long. You know what? I'm saying too much. We'll talk about it on Sunday.
Woo.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Guys,